Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. We are live. Welcome to Force of Flesh, episode 68. We have 3 people on the screen. We have 3 tokens on the screen. We've got Sha'ah, we've got Orilyn, and Odayn. Well, I hope you guys have had a good week. Those of you who are still alive. Tim's still with us. He's getting through COVID. So, peace be with you, Tim. I hope you're doing okay. And I hope everybody had a good week and wasn't stressing too much about me murdering you all last week. What else has been going on? They're quiet.
I made some Thai tea ice cream bar things.
Yeah.
Using a recipe that requires no blending the stuff. Like you just cook it on the stovetop, and it uses tapioca starch. And I messed up somewhere because it ended up more icy than it was supposed to be, but it was still really, really good.
Okay, well, good.
And my whole week has been about getting to eat those bars, basically. They're delicious.
Okay, alright. Happy Memorial Day, everybody.
Yeah.
I almost forgot. It is a holiday today.
Family for the last few days.
A day to remember our fallen, like Orilyn and Odayn.
Yeah, it's actually really good timing. Oh, it's weird how that worked out.
And Timothy and Claes and Seraphina and Fee.
Yeah.
And Avaachai.
Forget that.
Not really Avaachai. We don't really care about him.
Yeah, exactly.
Orilyn cares. I care.
He was a useful healer, I suppose.
Who was?
Sometimes.
He even said we were his family. Come on, guys.
Not anymore. Okay. Now he's worm food or whatever.
Yeah.
So what happened last session? Let's talk about it. Nobody.
My parents are safe. Orilyn's parents are safe. And
yeah, Orilyn's parents are safe.
And Vash and
Ishu.
Mind blank.
And Lyram.
No, Ishu didn't have a choice. Vash and Lyram abandoned the party, and Ishu is probably still very angry at Vash.
Yeah. Vash took Ishu with him.
And abandoned the party.
I mean,
abandoned the losing cause.
Yeah.
Look, Orilyn was still conscious when you left. Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Vash may have
Actually,
been right.
Sha'ah was too. It was before Sha'ah went down and before Orilyn went down. They were still there. They were still in monkey form or ape form.
Oh,
and you just left us.
It was like a big snap, and then we turned back to ourselves.
Yeah.
So,
good luck. Bye.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you were saying, let's not engage this thing the whole time. Like, the entire time. You were like, no, we don't need to fight this, guys, let's go away from it. Why are you guys going toward it?
Head straight face first into the monster's belly once more.
Well, when we first arrived, we saw there was people still alive, but they were leaving. Like, we didn't know.
Smart people.
that they had found a way to escape.
The appropriate response.
Yeah.
We just heard screaming. I knew we had to do what we could.
We didn't have to.
What we could do
Odayn and
was
Orilyn
die.
would say otherwise.
So yeah, you guys had just finished the combat with the these iron golems and mind flares, and you heard the battle going on at the ring. Once you set off towards the ring, you got like an announcement from the flesh boil in the sky. It said something along the lines of "Bear witness the end of the Fae," and you watched a flesh abomination descend from the top of this flesh bubble that's encompassing like the whole city, the ruins of the city, and the whole area, so like miles across. And it drops down from the top of that to the ring. With a loud crash, you guys saw the wings open up just before it hit the ground. Then you get to the ring. You're like, yeah, let's go fight that. That sounds not ominous. Well, most of you guys are heroes, so you're like, we got to stop this. Whatever this end of the faith thing is, no, this is not happening. Turns out, you guys get to the ring, and Igrovi and a dragon-looking creature are there. A dragon with a bunch of a mass on its back that's reaching a bunch of tentacles into its brain to like puppet the dragon around. Yeah, and you started combat with it immediately, and it did not go well, to say the least. So I think Avaachai and Odayn went down pretty much before they could act. I think actually it was before they could act because of initiative order.
No, Odayn was able to move.
Yeah, you turned invisible, and moved.
Not that it mattered.
Yeah,
It didn't seem to matter, yeah.
Dragon had blind sight. You didn't know that, obviously. And yeah, breath weaponed pretty much everyone except Vash. Immediately. Maybe not. Maybe it didn't hit Lyram. I don't remember.
I think Melora was out of the zone.
Oh yeah.
Vash and Melora were, and Lyram,
Yeah.
I think, was in the zone, but because he's a construct. Or not human.
Yeah, it
or
didn't
whatever.
affect it. The persistent effect didn't hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else got infected with this nasty dot damage over time thing, along with like the terrible amount of damage it did from the breath weapon.
3d10 around.
Yeah, it was like
As
10
tadpoles tried to infect them.
Yep. Mind flare tadpoles, flesh worm things. Yeah, so you took like 60 something damage from the breath weapon. It was like 10d10 psychic damage. And then I dropped a thing. And then yeah, you guys all had this 3d10 dot around on you, and you had to save 3 times to lose the dot, which
I was one round away from that.
It's such a nasty amount of damage. Like three saves seems a little much to me, in retrospect. But that's the way the monster is worded. So,
and when people went to 0, we couldn't heal them back up.
Yep. Once you go to 0,
well, we could heal them, but they wouldn't wake up. Yeah.
Not
because we tried it on Avaachai.
Yeah. Not unless you heal them 40 or more in a single go. I think. Well, it's like the way it was worded originally. Like you can't cure it until they're unconscious. You can't cure it unless you remove curse or heal them 40 hit points in one at one time. Basically, something like that.
Which we didn't know.
Yeah. And of course, the only person who could have cast remove curse at that time was down. So went down immediately before he could move or do anything.
Did he have spell slots to do it?
He did, if I recall.
Oh, okay.
Let me check
Good.
his sheet. I think he had quite a few spells.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he wasn't tapped out like the rest of you guys, I don't think. But let me take a look at his.
Him and Ishu were flush.
Yeah. They saved their spells. Let's see. He still has one first level slot, 2 seconds, 2/3, a fourth, a fifth, and no, he used his sixth. He used his 6th level spell.
He was good.
He was pretty good.
I just gotta say, as a warlock who only gets 2 spells per short rest, most warlocks spend their spells because they expect to take a short rest between combat.
Yeah. And I mean, I had been pretty lenient on letting you guys rest in between all the combats, for sure. And I didn't stop you from resting, but there was definitely a sense of urgency, right? It was definitely like, this is happening now. Are you gonna take care of it? Kind of thing. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. And I don't know. I think sometimes not all fights. I feel like if you guys have really, maybe if you've been better rested and you'd gone in there fully rested, certainly would have helped. But I think you guys stood a chance at least of beating this thing. But sometimes
If we hadn't been abandoned.
Yeah, sometimes you don't always stand a chance. The flesh has figured out how to beat you now. Finally.
Yeah, if those
Banished
people
2
hadn't
party members.
gone underground and abandoned us.
yeah, they should have stayed and died with you guys. Well, like so you get to the ring, you see this other group that's like got the barrier up to kind of keep them safe. They're all well, Ankit at the very least, who was with them, was pretty severely wounded. And there's just tons of dead bodies all around this barrier. Dead bodies of mind flayers, dead bodies of a lot of the people you guys had spoken with there. And the few that had survived that encounter were like holding that shield up so they could escape into the Feywild. And that's what they did. And then you guys had to deal with what was killing them. And it did not go so well. So Avaachai went down and was left there, so dead. Melora held off the thing while so Sha'ah, Orilyn, and Odayn went down. Vash and Lyram and Ishu teleported away, banished themselves, basically. Sha'ah, Orilyn, and Odayn went down. And then Sha'ah rolled a death save and rolled a crit 20 and stood up with 1 HP. And dragged the bodies of Orilyn and Odayn out, while Melora took on the dragon, basically, by herself. She did a pretty good job fighting the dragon alone. She managed to take out about half of its HP or so.
Thanks to the elemental that she summoned or conjured.
Yeah, it's a water elemental, yeah. But I think we played it out. We played the rest of it out, and she did not survive. Like, she did not, kill the thing, basically. So that's sort of like where we ended, I think, with Sha'ah running away with the corpses, right? Or the soon-to-be corpses.
Soon to be something.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. With the mind flayer tadpole infested corpses, bodies of your friends. So we get that as part of our previously on Forest of Flesh at the start of the show. And then I suppose we pick up right where we left off. With Sha'ah carrying these corpses. I'm gonna keep carrying these bodies away from the ring.
Yes. And Shaw's heading towards Orland's parents' house because that's the only place he knows. And he's cursing. Like, what the hell? Where's Vash and that statue? Why did they leave us? Or were they sent away somewhere?
What's your passive?
And then I head towards passive is 24.
Okay. So So you're heading straight to that house. Okay.
Yeah.
One thing you would notice is that back here, the dragon roars at you as you run off. I mean, it's got its hands full with Melora for a moment. And one thing you notice is you get back towards the grove area. Maybe it takes you a couple minutes running full speed tops, 2-3 minutes maybe tops, to run back to that area. You do see people starting to come out of their dwellings here. There's a few satyrs, maybe a few centaurs, maybe a few eladrin, maybe even 1 or 2 humans that you see poking around. When you get to the building that her parents are in, the first thing you notice is outside of the building, you see a man. He's sort of poking over the corpses.
Human?
He is human. Yeah, dark hair, short dark hair. Imagine he's wearing robes.
Hey, you. Okay.
And he's poking around at the corpses of the things that you guys had just slain when you arrived. Yeah, so you shout out to him, "Hey, you!" And what does that man say? And would you like to describe him?
Yes, so I look up and say, yes.
Stay away from those things. Those things are dangerous.
They seem very dead to me.
I don't know. What a dragon came by. I think it's one of their friends.
A dragon?
They took.
What's a dragon?
Yeah, they took away my. Oh, never heard of a dragon. Something with wings. It looks like a bat but bigger, quite huge. As big as a 20 by 20.
20 by 20?
I shape out like a size.
I mimic the kind of hand gestures he's doing. This doesn't seem very big. If I can hold it in my hand.
Yeah, let me grab Odayn. I didn't copy him for some reason. Don't know why you didn't get copied, Odayn.
Well, enough of this talk. I need to go to this house. I need help. Unless you can help me, can you heal?
So
I can't heal. I know some first aid. I think.
You guys are not still on the title screen. You shouldn't be. Right?
That was a while ago.
That was
we're on the other one now.
Okay. Yeah, it just took me a minute to pull you guys over here. Sorry. Go ahead.
I suppose I could help with some things, but I think you're going to need to be a bit more specific.
So we fought this dragon, right? And it blew, it spewed something out of its mouth. And it kind of hit us hard. I almost died.
So let me get this straight. A large bat, and then he makes the hand gesture again. This big, 20 by 20 of, I don't know what 20 is, spit on you, and now you're not dead, but almost dead.
Okay. So you got, standing in front of you, you got a sheep centaur that's got 2 bodies slung over its back, unconscious. There's a lot of blood on its, pale-ish wool, too, so it's a mess. The bodies are very clearly wounded. What's your passive, Ramiel?
My passive is... Let me check. 15.
Okay, yeah. So you can clearly see that the bodies are pretty wounded. And and I'm not sure how familiar you are with like flesh corruption stuff. But some of the wounds, you could probably take a closer look at them. But while you're talking to Sha'ah, maybe you see it in your periphery. Some of the wounds seem to be like moving or like pulsating on these creatures that are on its back. And he's also like the centaur himself is very beaten up, like covered with wounds himself. Looks like it's a miracle he's standing.
Almost like you could flick him over and he would die.
Yeah.
So a large bat did this to you?
No, it's a dragon. It looks like a bat. If you want to see it for yourself, go towards that way, and then you can talk to it if you want. Because right now you're not helping. Let me go to
What do you need me
Orylyn's
to?
house.
Who's Orilyn?
There's a distant,
This one over here.
There's a roar in the distance, like a sudden like in the distance that you all hear.
I mean, I can try to help you, but I don't know what you need. You're asking if I can
Heal
if
them.
I can heal. I think I might have some first aid supplies, but I don't
Potion?
think I have more than. And I don't think I have more than simple bandages, and I'm not really I'm not a healer. I'm not a cleric.
I see. Well, what can you do? Maybe you could fend off that beast, or that. Was it an aberration,
It was, I believe.
or was it just a dragon?
Let me take a look. What his creature type was. Aberration, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that thing.
I-
You could go there and kill it if you can. Could help
What's in
us.
it for me?
That could help us. Up to you. If you want to survive, it might head towards us right now.
I mean, I could always just leave. I can help you, but I don't know if I want to go fight this large bat about this size. And he does the hand motion again. It seems like a bad idea from the looks of the three of you.
What is Orilyn's mom's name again?
I'll let Ella answer that.
Orella or something?
I've got it in my notes.
Just a second. My Google Docs updated and they took away all of my quick things to access in the outline. So I have to actually scroll through my stuff.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, I got it. I need to go through and re-add them all.
Ola Torin! Nerisana!
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
You're just saying words now. I don't know what this means. What do you want from me? And he kind of follows after a little bit.
Stay back. You're a human.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this one's a human too, but it seems that he's corrupted by something. I don't know. Stay with them.
You guys are all like really racist here. You know that, right?
Racist? What is that? Nerisana!
So you go
Ramiel
running.
just stands there, kind of blinking.
You go running towards the house. I take it.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. For some reason, that's why. I was like, I can't move the bodies. Okay. So you go running towards the house. I mean, your passive is pretty high. They're also probably not hiding. You notice something is off. Like just immediately when you start approaching the house and you stop talking to this random guy and you start looking at the house, like there's plants all around it and kind of grass growing and stuff. Some of the plants don't seem corrupted. Like your eyes kind of glaze over as you look past some of these plants, and like they stand out. They're not corrupted by the sort of like flesh corruption that's all over all these other plants. And then you notice something else. You're like, wait, they're kind of shaped like humanoids. And
the plant.
Yeah, and you realize that like as you're like looking towards the house, there's two plant-like humanoids that are sitting there, almost like they're looking in the window, or like they're like standing outside the house, like they're looking at it like they're trying to find a way in. They're being fairly still at the moment. They're not like donning weapons, I don't think. They're just sort of like just standing there, kind of blankly staring at the house. They've been ignoring you guys, like yelling at them or yelling behind them this whole time. And let me get their tokens. Assuming I can find them, of course. There we go.
Oh, shoot.
This one. It's
They're
small.
big.
They're small.
That might be a little too big. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
It's just because I'm pulling them onto the map for the first time.
Oh, they have names.
I had to name something.
Yeah. So you see these two like plant humanoid things. Here is the guy you were just talking to. And here is what these guys look like. Something like
Well,
this.
that was too rapid succession.
Looks like a treant.
It's the first one. And then the
Wait,
second
Ooh.
are these that custom race, Wolfrin, that we worked on?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Alright. They're like statuesque. Better than the other statue that we had following us. And I place Orilyn on the floor. And then I still scream out Olatorin and Nerisana's name out loud so that they will come out.
Yeah, they come outside. What Olatorin's like, what is, and then he looks at you and sees sees the scene. So there's these two plant guys, and then Orilyn's like slung over your back. And he immediately panics and goes to grab Orilyn. What happened? And then we hear that roar in the distance again, and then like a woof sound. As something seems
That
like
thing.
it's on the move.
That thing, it attacked us. Well, technically we attacked it, but we didn't manage to kill it. It managed to kill us. Or rather, Orilyn and Odayn. They're badly wounded. Do you think you can help
Struck
me?
first and attacked it in its nest in self-defense.
Exactly.
Olatorin's like, quick, get them inside. And he like gestures towards the door and like holds the door open. And then he sort of like stares at these two plant creatures, and he says, "Are these with you?"
I've never seen them. I thought they were your sculptures or something.
So there's like this moment where he's holding the door open for Sha'ah. And what are the plant humanoids doing? What are these guys doing?
I think once the yelling gets closer, they probably like look back at this weird centaur creature and the procession, and they're just kind of watching over. And then one of them, somewhat quietly to his companion, although it's still somewhat loud, says, "Good, we're not too late." The other one nods. So when they ask if they're with him, the one will go, "We've come to help."
And help you, we shall receive. Help us. What can you do?
Get him inside.
Are you with that guy over there? I point at that human.
They look at each other, and the smaller one, the slightly wider one, shrugs.
we hear this like roar sound again. It sounds closer this time.
Oh, fudge. Okay, I'm gonna cast a second level Cure Wounds on myself.
All right.
And then I head inside to get.
We can probably help with that.
Can you heal my friends?
I can try.
Do you know what the corruption is and what it does?
Yes.
Well, okay. How about you test them out right now? Because it seems like even I tried healing one of our friends who's, I don't know, he's probably dead by now. But these two, I can't even heal them with anything. Can I do a medicine check to try to resuscitate them?
You can try, yeah.
Takes powerful magics to
22.
try and cure this.
Yeah, so they're covered in wounds. They're very badly wounded. And they're also covered with these like parasites that are like burrowing into their skin, these like flesh worms or like tadpoles. They're like burrowing into their skin and stuff. And you you sense that like you could probably either cauterize or like bandage the majority of the wounds, but there's something else that's like keeping them unconscious. Like you're not going to be able to like bring them back to consciousness by healing. It's almost like they're in like almost like a coma state.
Okay.
That's sort of the impression you get given a quick once over. Olatorin is going to grab Orilyn off your back and carry her in himself. He's like holding her out in front of them with both his arms. So he's like like you would carry like a child, kind of. And he pays no mind to like the worms that are like crawling all over and stuff. He's not worried about getting infected. But he does yell out to anyone in the vicinity, quick, get inside. The creature may be coming. It sounds closer. As like we hear another roar in the distance, and he'll just like immediately carry Orilyn inside. And you hear him like muttering him to himself. And he's like, "Oh, Oria, what's happened? What could have gone wrong?" And so he like carries her inside. And of
How tall is
course,
the doorway?
I imagine it's like Eladrin are probably typically kind of tall and lanky, I would think. At least as tall as humans. So it's probably, 6-ish foot-ish doorway.
Okay. So one of the two tree-like figures tries to follow immediately and has to bend not quite double, but nearly double to get through.
Okay.
Hey, human, are you gonna fend that creature by yourself?
No, I'm minding my own business here. I'm content.
Make a perception check, Ramiel.
There we go.
Oof. Yeah, so you hear like another roar, and you look off in the direction that the roar is coming from, and you just see you can't see the details, but you see some sort of large, winged creature that is moving in this direction. It's kind of like
You intend to fight it?
Me? No.
No, addressing the human.
No.
Very well. And he'll turn around and start heading back towards the house then.
I suggest you hide somewhere, human.
I say, okay. And I snap my fingers and a ring drops to the ground and I'm gone.
There's a ring on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah,
What's one of these?
make like
Can I do?
you make like an intelligence check or an arcana check, maybe. He might have just turned into a ring, or he could have maybe like gone into the ring or something.
Okay.
I suppose it's possible.
He's one of those like Vash in that statue that banishes themselves. So with this ring, okay, I'll leave it alone, and I head towards the house with Odayn's body.
When I hear the door shut, like he's back inside, I'll pop back out.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So they get inside, and you pop back out of the ring. What are you doing?
I think he's just gonna keep watching the door, kind of see what's going on. He's intrigued by this.
All right. Yeah. As you're like standing there watching the door for a moment or two, I think the camera stays outside with you. We hear another roar, closer this time. Make a perception check. It's getting closer.
Nice.
So yeah, you look up to the sky in the direction this roar is coming from, and you see it, in all its glory. It's off in this direction somewhere. But yeah, you see your boy, Elderbrain Dragon.
Your boy.
Your boy, Elderbrain Dragon, and he's flying toward you all. And he's starting to lower. He's starting to get lower. He's like coming to the area you're in.
I will mage armor myself just to be sure, and then I'll kind of say, I'll walk a little bit towards the house and say, "Hey, I think your large bat friend might be coming back."
Slams the door shut.
Okay. You guys like slam the door shut. So do you go in the house with them, Ramiel?
No, I was still outside.
You're gonna wait outside?
Or I was outside when he slammed the door.
Do you let him in the place?
I open it a slightly bit. And it's like, are you coming or not?
Guess I'm stuck with you now. Okay. And he goes inside.
Okay.
One of the tree people after you come in will shut the door and like take up a stance right in front of it.
Yeah, as you like enter the sort of accommodations here, we see you like walk through the threshold, we see what the room looks like for the first time. So it's a mess. We've seen it like in previous episodes, but Orilyn is like sprawled out on a table, and Odayn is sort of laid up on a countertop nearby. And of course, like Orilyn's parents are mostly focused on her, so they're like, her father's like holding her hand. Maybe her mother is just looking at her with this concerned, sad look on her face, as they're just grief stricken and panicked. They don't know what to do. Suddenly we hear like a whooshing sound, like the beating of wings. Then a few seconds later, we start to hear tree branches being snapped as this thing flies into the grove. And then like the ground vibrating as this thing lands somewhere nearby. If you're looking out windows and stuff, you can see this thing is in the walkway that you all were just standing in. As it kind of comes down to a landing and like skids along the ground a bit, knocks up some of the debris, branches that just broke off. Any people that were like coming out of their homes are now hiding, obviously. As this thing sort of like lands in the grove and starts to look around, it hobbles forward on its like wing arms, and kind of roars. Looking at it, if you all were taking a hidden glance out the window, it's sort of gesturing around wildly, like looking at all the different homes. And you see like one tentacle is drifting off away from it, and attached to that tentacle is the body of Igrovi, still attached to it, and and along its other side we see another tentacle, and drifting off of it and sort of like hanging suspended in the air, is the body of Avaachai, with this blank look on his face, similar to Igrovi. They're just kind of like drifting there. They're almost like they're unconscious, but their eyes are open. There's this emotionless, plain look on their faces, with this tentacle like buried in the back of their neck or head, like holding them up, kind of like in there's like a Futurama Beast with a Billion Backs or something episode where there's like a tentacle monster, similar to that.
Still has one of them, brother. Nothing we can do.
That guy he's holding, he's one of our comrades. I tried healing him, but he won't wake up. Similar to these people, I point at Orilyn and Odayn. The name is Sha'ah, by the way. What's your name?
Who are you talking to?
To this one. To the tree folks.
They share a look, and then this one kind of shrugs his long shoulders, and he's still kind of bent double unless it's much higher inside. He shrugs his shoulders, and a few like needles fall off, clatter to the ground. Or not needles, like pine needles. And he says, "I don't really know."
Oh. How about you, human? What's your name?
I believe he's talking to you, Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He's still kind of just looking around the room, just a little bit bewildered. So the dragon.
Yeah,
did
that's
this?
a dragon. Yeah, that thing did this
I don't
to
always
us.
get caught up in these things.
Is there another exit?
Are you asking me?
He's probably asking the parents.
Yeah, they don't look away from Orilyn's body. But yeah, Olatorian like gestures to like a window behind him. It's probably shuttered. It leads out the other way, like the backside. It's probably the same window that Ankit took when she left. But yeah, there's just one door in and out.
Keep an eye on him. Y'all should be ready to run.
Yeah, the beast outside roars again, loudly. And in your minds, you all hear if I can find it.
Smell you. Sense your fear.
It looks towards the home that you all are in. And then it gestures, it like shakes its head wildly, like there's almost like it was like trying to get water out of its ears or something. And it looks towards one of the other homes nearby. And then it shakes its head again and gestures towards one of the other ones. I mean, it seems to know you all are there, but it doesn't attack. You guys just pause and watch it. You can. Or you can do something. Up to you guys.
I would like to do something, but I was trying to find it. New sheets.
Yeah.
1 second.
Does Odayn have any potions on him?
He has potions, but not of the healing variety.
Okay.
Can I?
We have some potions of healing in Orilyn's bag of holding.
But I wouldn't know where she would place it.
Yeah.
Is that could you just say like potion and then it pops up or something?
I think you're supposed to reach in with something in mind when you're pulling
Yep.
stuff out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's probably not gonna do that in front of her parents.
I mean, you could always ask. You could always ask him. You could be like, I think there might be a healing potion in this bag. You know?
Right. Orilyn, I'll ask ahead and I talk to Orilyn even though she couldn't respond. I'm gonna take something from you. I need it so badly. I'll pay you back. I try to reach for a potion in her bag of holding.
So the one who is taller says, "That's not likely to work."
What do you mean?
It takes very powerful healing magics to cure this, or very specific targeting magics.
Are they cursed? Isn't that the problem?
You could call it that.
Do you think that I could remove the curse?
Give it a go. If you do one, I can do the other. But we might need to run before triage.
I'll cast remove curse on Orilyn.
All right.
Okay.
It's at 5th level if that matters. Because all of my spells are 5th.
Hang on.
Oh, you're a warlock.
Remove curse. At your touch, all curses affecting one creature or object end. If the object is cursed magic item, its curse remains, but the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so it can be removed or discarded. Okay. Action instantaneous. All right. What is it like for you when you remove a curse? Is it like a feeling? Can you sense the thing that's corrupting it? Or does it look like an aura? Like what is it like?
I think there's you know when something happens in a movie and there's kind of a ripple in the air?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like that. I feel a ripple in the air kind of come out of Orilyn.
Okay, so you like you gesture towards Orilyn and you cast the spell, and we see like this ripple over. Like it starts off dark at the top, as it ripples out, it grows lighter, and then there's like a pause for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then another ripple happens. One that you didn't expect, like this, but it's basically the same thing in reverse. It starts out as bright, and then it grows darker as it encompasses the body once again. You do see like some of these like tadpoles that are outside of the body, that are like wriggling around out of the wounds and stuff. They die, like they stop moving and they kind of go limp. Maybe some of them just like slough off of the body. But there's something wrong. Like like it cured it for a moment, and then something happened where it like restarted the curse or something. Restarted whatever the magic is that's affecting the body.
I mean, that'll work, but you got to remove the infection first. You got to dig some of them out.
Which
The
one of them?
worst.
Which one of them is saying this, Wolf?
The taller one.
Can you describe him?
Yeah. So one of them is a little bit more squat and like broad-shouldered. The other one is taller and more lithe. This one, the tall one, has like this almost carpet, like overlaying branches of needles, cyan-colored needles, on his shoulders and across the chest, sort of to look almost like clothing. And he seems to be just a like solid bowl trunk in the middle with these thick branches extending from the trunk for legs and arms. And at the moment, the arms end in these very long tendril sort of offshoots that are spreading over Odayn, and each one is digging into a separate hole made by one of the worms and trying to like skewer it and pull it out.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
And then once I do I have to roll for that, or can I just do that?
You could cast a spell, I suppose, if there's like some healing spell you wanted to use to do this, or you can make like a medicine.
He's gonna cast a spell, but he's just trying to dig some of the infection out first.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think.
And then after that, once I've dug some of the worst ones out, he'll cast heal on Odayn.
Okay. Yeah, so you see like these branches like reaching over his body. Maybe we get this like this weird trick of the camera as the camera like fades in. Maybe almost like zooms into the body where we can see like the veins. We see the branches reaching in, and then there's like this this like weird abstract lighting effect where we see like the branches reaching in, like the roots of a tree into the ground. And then we see almost like a reflection of those same branches, veins that are spreading through the body, and this corruption that's in them, like this black color. And as the branches like reach in, we see like some sort of like transference of energy as the black starts to fade away from the veins. The red color, or red or blue color, that veins should be starting to return. And you do this over like the entire body. It's not just like the torso, it's notably the face, and probably the most difficult to watch is the eyes itself, where the branches reach in and go around the eye, not necessarily like through it, but like push past the eye and behind it. And when they retract out, we see one particularly large, wriggling worm. And as it's wrenched out of the eye, it lets out like a little scream, like a little scream, as it's exposed to the light in the room and the healing magic, and it quickly like shrivels up, and like steam comes off of it as it dies. Odayn recovers 73 HP, and his eyes flutter open. We see like the wounds closing up on him. The creature outside roars and like spittle comes flying from its mouth. It's not using its breath weapon. It's just like angry. And we see its like mouth start to segment like the jaws of a snake when it's eating something, as this long like thick tentacle pulls itself out of its mouth, and the tentacle itself like starts to like sniff at the air. And then we like Igrovi, just whose body is just like hanging there 10, 15, 20 feet off the ground, speaks, and I suppose you wouldn't hear it unless you're paying attention.
One of the trees is.
Okay, what's his passive? Or what's his passive? Or you can make like what's his perception?
Passive perception is 16.
It's high enough. All right, so like Igrovi speaks, and you hear him say, "It's not time for the end of the Fae. The one we search for, the one Mother sent us for, is not here. Do not wipe out the garden. Save them. We will need to restore our numbers later." He's almost like he's trying to talk this dragon down, but he's doing so in a very like monotonous way. Like there's no emotion in his voice. There's just like this talk. And as you're like watching this or like listening to it, you get the sense that there's also some communication going on between the two that's not verbal. There's some also like thought communications and telepathy going on here between these two creatures as well. And the dragon roars again, almost like angered by what Igrovi was just saying, and like starts to move towards the building you all are in. Then Igrovi speaks up a bit louder this time, and Avaachai probably is like speaking with him, like speaking in the exact same tone of voice, saying the exact same words at the exact same time. And it's just, no, Gloon forbids it. The one we're searching for is not here. Return to the flesh. Keep these for us to feed on later. No, the war is over, or the battle is over, but the war is not won. Don't worry, there's still plenty of fighting to do. And then you all like hear in your minds,
You cannot escape us. We will be back.
and the dragon like roars again towards you all. Like it's almost like a vicious dog on a leash. Like this thing just wants to run over and start smashing houses and killing things. But it answers to something else. And that something else is like, you've already won the fight. Don't spoil all our food, basically. And yeah, it almost like it's held back and choked, and it like begrudgingly like flaps its wings. We see like dirt and flesh bits get spread out across the area as it pushes itself off the ground. And it like begrudgingly flies away. It keeps like the head of the dragon keeps twitching and like looking back towards you guys, like it wants nothing more than to go into that house or knock the tree down and kill everything in there. But it's going to do what it's told. So it takes the body of Igrovi and Avaachai with it as it flies off in the other direction, opposite to the ring. And yeah, that direction that you're pointing. and eventually it leaves sight. Of course, it's like roaring and stuff the whole time. You hear it get further away until eventually you don't hear anything.
We may have gotten lucky. We'll have time to prepare before we have to slay it.
So Odayn's
Is
awake.
Odayn awake?
Yeah, Odayn wakes up with 73 HP. I mean, you don't feel great. You have a point of exhaustion. But your eyes kind of hurt, like, which is weird. Like, you have a terrible headache. The wounds, you're not 100% healed, right? So, like, you still have some wounds. There's fresh blood on your clothes. And yeah, there's something weird. Like, the back of your eyes hurt for some reason. You can't quite put your finger on what caused that. When you get a shot of your eyes and they're all like bloodshot.
Odayn's gonna look around. He's gonna be super confused when he sees 3 people he doesn't recognize and no Melora. He doesn't recognize that Sha'ah is there, and he goes, "Sha'ah, what happened? Where's Melora? Where's Avaachai? Where's Vash?"
But they're by the. Well, Sha'ah just falls down and goes into his own coma.
Appropriate.
What?
He just collapses from exhaustion, basically. He's like, look, man, I've got like a couple HP and yeah, he's just like worn out. He's used up all his adrenaline to get you back here, basically.
Oh boy. All right. Here. Sha'ah, you get 11 HP and 3 temporary HP.
Is he still quiet?
I didn't hear what you said.
Is he still?
He's
You can still be passed out if you want, but
Yeah, he's passed out.
okay. I think he'll be all right. He's just exhausted.
I guess Odayn's gonna turn to Orilyn's parents, who are the only people who he actually recognizes, who are awake, and he's gonna ask them, "What happened to the dragon?"
Yeah, they're just like holding Orilyn's hand and like sort of like leaning over her. And they don't look at you, but Olatorin says, he just like shakes his head side to side and he says, it won, I guess. Sha'ah just barely managed to get you back here with us. The others, I guess they didn't make it.
Dan like falls to his knees because in his mind he thinks that like Vash died, Melora died, Lyram died, and everyone else, Ishu. And I think he starts sob. He's gonna start to sob. He has his like hands in his eyes, which are like still hurting incredibly, and he just starts to cry.
You feel this big hand encompass your shoulder with long tendril fingers, and the one walks up and says, "No shame in losing a battle and giving up."
You don't understand. Melora was the one to save the Feywilds. We need her. I need her. I don't know what to do without her. I don't know how to revive Oberon. Without Melora, this whole thing is moot.
Well,
Okay, what's a Melora?
And then Odayn cries even more when you ask that question.
Ramiel, can you still help her, or do you want me to?
Whatever I did didn't work.
Well,
I can
okay,
try it
alright.
again, but I feel like we're going to have the same result.
So the taller one will walk up and try to dig out the infection on Orilyn as well.
All right. Do you do the same exact thing?
Yeah. And then try now.
Can you cast heal again?
No, I'm telling him to try his spell again.
Okay.
I guess I'll cast Remove Curse Skin.
Or it doesn't look like all of them have died, right? As he's digging them out, they're still alive.
Yeah, there's still some living ones in there.
Okay. Should work.
All
Or
right.
so.
So
Yeah, so I'll
you,
cast it again.
you cast it again, and the ones that you've wrenched from the body die off. Same thing happens. There's like a ripple over her body, like spreads from dark to light. You start pulling these out, and then like we see the tendrils like reach in behind the eyes, and wrench out another particularly big worm.
When they get close to the brain, they're particularly dangerous.
Yeah, it starts like screaming. We see like little teeth on the end of it as it like it doesn't have any eyes or anything like that. Just teeth like a leech or something. It screams and shrivels up as the remove curse spell goes off. This time there's no like opposite ripple effect where it like takes back over. Like you wrenched out the tadpole that was like the strongest of the brood, that was making its way towards the brain. But she doesn't wake up.
I guess, and then he'll cast. Just go for a cure wounds for now. Hopefully that shows this time. Cool.
All right. As Orilyn recovers 14 HP, and her eyes flutter
roll.
open. Orilyn, terrible headache. You get the sense that you were like having like the worst dream you've ever had, but you can't remember what it was. Like it's a weird sort of like almost like deja vu feeling where you're like you were just having this terrible nightmare, but you can't remember any of the details of it.
Actively standing over her right now.
The big thing? Yeah, big tree.
Also your parents are like,
And it just like smiles down at you. It's got a fairly detailed face, but it looks almost like a puppet's carving. But it is smiling.
Yeah, you see her eyes look between you and her parents and back at you, and it's like, Lord Oberon? Are you in a tree
no.
again?
What is it with all of
No,
these
sorry.
names?
Back up.
yeah, you just
Mother?
back. Yeah, they're like smiling down at you now, and both of them are just like saying things like, "Are you okay? Don't move too quickly. Just take a moment, gather your strength." And yeah, and they just look at each other like they're both just like happy that you're alive.
I think I was having a bad dream, but why am I on the table? My head hurts, and she'll look around. Where's the others?
Yeah, your parents hug you, and there's probably some tears, and your father, as Olatorian says, you'll have to ask your friend here, the old one, when he wakes up, it seems that the rest didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Snubbling on the ground. He's like, Orilyn, they all died. Vash, Melora, Ishu, Lyram. They said they all died.
She's gonna sit there just staring at Odayn. There's tears starting to form in her eyes.
What do we do now, Orilyn? What do we do now?
Gonna look, trying to struggle back the tears. She's like blinking a lot, and she's like, she'll look between you and her parents and Sha'ah, and be like, we have to keep trying.
Maybe we can at least get their bodies back from the dragon.
It's
And
still
then-
over there?
I don't know. But we have to try, you said.
Yes, we have to keep trying. Where's Willowy Cullen here? She's looking around for her bow.
Just so you know, dragons seem to have one of them.
What, you saw the dragon?
It was outside a moment ago.
So is this just a word that everybody knows and I don't? Like, what's going on here?
Dragon is a large winged creature. Dangerous.
Who
What
did it have? What did they look like?
What did you see?
Your companion Avaachai?
Oh, he only had one?
All I saw.
Odayn turns to Orilyn. Orilyn, maybe Vash, Ishu, and the others and Melora are still back there.
We have to get them. She's gonna hop off the table. She's still confused why she was on the table. But she's gonna hop off it and like squat down by Sha'ah to like poke his face.
Yeah, you pull yourself off the table, and I mean, it hurts to move. Like, you're still pretty severely wounded, right? So you're like sore. Maybe there's a couple open wounds that are tender when you go to move. But yeah, you can get off the table and you poke at Sha'ah.
She's doing her best. Let me just do a.
Back of your
doing
eyes
her
hurt.
best to hide how much pain she's in because she's in front of her parents. And I guess she's able to try to hold back the tears at least from the pain. And she's poking Sha'ah like, is he okay too?
I think he just collapsed. He should be all right.
Sha'ah!
I'm really sorry.
Sha'ah! She just like, keeps patting his face, like trying to wake him up.
He might need to rest.
He's breathing okay. Like,
we'd be happy to help you. It's our fault.
What?
Well,
What do you mean?
we were sent here to help you, and we didn't get here in time.
No.
We'll take your help. Thank you for all you've done so far. Thank you for healing me and Orilyn.
You're welcome.
Odayn like side eyes this random guy who keeps like like interrupting him.
Were you also sent here to help?
No, I was just here to make some maps. I'm a cartographer.
Oh,
What are your names?
Olatorin says, cartographer? What brings a cartographer to the end of the Fae?
Well, apparently I'm not a very good cartographer because I got lost.
Yeah, he kind of nods, and him and is it Narisana? Is that how you say it, or is it Narisana? Narisana.
Narasana.
And they both kind of like trade like knowing glances, and they kind of smirk a little bit. Oh, lost. That happens to a lot of humans here.
Must not have stayed in the safe areas. Going too deep into the forests. You helped Odayn and I, and she's looking at the tree-looking people.
how we could, yeah.
What can you do exactly?
Oh, no, I'm a healer, I guess. And he's pretty strong.
Glad to have you on our side. Orilyn, we should run. We should rush there just in case the dragon goes back and takes them.
Yeah. Well, she was trying to get an idea of what these guys could do. So she's gonna look at the human next to you and be like, "Are you coming too?"
I look around at the group. Now that we have the numbers, I don't mind. I just don't really appreciate being sent on a suicide mission. And he looks over at the unconscious sheep man.
I'm afraid it might be that if we go now. If you want to, we'll help you, but it's...
We have to try and save who we can. Do I see my bow? Did Sha'ah like equip it or just set it, or not equip it, but like
Were you
attached to his stuff, or was he just holding it?
No, he was holding it. It was
Okay.
just a cover.
She will grab her bow from you since you don't seem to be waking up. And then she'll look at her parents and say, I guess he really needs a rest. Can you watch him?
Are you asking your parents?
Yeah.
Okay,
She'll ask
sorry.
her parents to keep watch on Sha'ah.
Yeah, they nod, and they step forward, and Olatorin like reaches out his hand towards is the healer Sigre? So which one healed?
Those
them?
are not the names. I just put those on there so that you could distinguish the two.
Oh, okay. Which one healed them? The big one or the smaller one?
The tall one. Yeah, that would be the one that has the Sigrain name.
Okay. So like
Sigrain.
he like offers his hand out to like shake hands, and he says, "I just wanted to thank you for saving my Oria. He like looks at Narasana and he turns back to you and he says, I don't know what we'd do if you weren't here."
Of course, it was...
You're welcome. I'll help out anytime.
Orilyn will give a curtsy and say, "Yes, thank you. Now let's go." She's going.
Right. Are we planning on fighting the thing, or
If we must, if it's there.
But I think our main priority is to get the bodies back to safety.
If you're heading back that way, it flew the other direction, right, brother? And the other one nods. But better to be safe. And the tall one will cast Pass Without Trace. Buddy.
All right.
Let's go.
Cool.
Not a moment to lose.
All right. So you
I
guys
would
are gonna,
like to be
Is
stealthy
this-
if we can, but
you'd
Is
like to
this
be-
just each person when you cast it, or do they have to stay near you? As
for the
you go?
duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you. I think you have to be within 30 feet for it to be applying to.
Okay, so if Sha'ah woke up and came to join us, he wouldn't get the benefit.
You wouldn't have it.
Okay.
Unless he comes to 30 feet, right?
Once, yeah, if I'm still maintaining concentration, I choose to apply it to him.
Before we leave, my character is gonna kind of reach into a pocket and touch something, and there's kind of another little burst of air.
Okay.
I'll use my Pearl of Power and get a 3rd level slot.
All right.
And as we set out, it should be noted that neither of these things look like they are built for stealth or are particularly stealthy in any way. Their
Are they at
footfalls
least-
are pretty plodding.
Are they
And
at
they're
least
kinda
normal
slow.
speed? Oh, they're slow.
They're not real slow. They're a little bit slower than you guys.
Okay.
Odayn's exhausted, and so is Orilyn.
Yeah,
Probably
we're
very
probably
slow as
both
well.
limping.
Yeah. Are there other creatures we've seen that move at about the same speed? That we might be.
Dwarves? Maybe. Actually, we've never
Yeah.
seen a dwarf in
Well,
our
I think-
campaign for some
don't-
reison.
Was it?
Well,
One of
every
the
time that we see a
smaller
half
races
dwarf,
goes
everyone in the
slower.
party is slightly racist to them, and they just
Yeah.
don't say that they're a dwarf.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's
sometimes they're like part dwarf, right? There was one guy who was like part dwarf and he was trying to hide it, kind of. I remember that being a thing.
I don't think dwarves have a slower speed. I think they have normal. I think it was gnomes or maybe halflings. I don't remember.
true. Pretty sure it's dwarves.
Nope, it's dwarves and
Oh,
halflings.
do they? Oh, okay.
Possibly
Oh,
halflings.
and
I don't know on that
halflings?
one.
Hmm.
Halflings for sure.
Mm.
Dwarf. I know dwarf does. Maybe halfling, yeah. Not real slow. Just slower.
Yeah,
a little
just
bit slower.
slower.
So everyone's going except Sha'ah.
Okay, Kupe
yeah.
and Drogo.
What?
I was like,
Because they're
wait,
dead.
what? Yeah, they're definitely not
Yeah,
going. I was like,
Shaw's,
I think
Shaw's
he's talking.
gonna
I think he's
play
talking about
pass,
the movement speed thing. I think. That's
Oh.
yeah.
passed out.
Okay, all right. Sha'ah stays and sleeps it off. All right.
The shorter and stouter one will take the point, pulling out this like large brass-headed hammer with these holes on the head of it.
Ramiel will brush his ring, and it glows for a moment, and then he starts to fly. He kind of kicks off the ground.
All right. Give me a second. Wow. Roll20 is really being weird. Okay. That was strange. I'm copying you guys over right now, so just 1 second. I'll put the tall one with the hammer out front as you guys head off back towards the ring. Make sure everything looks good here. It looks good.
Break. Let's see.
There it is.
Amazing.
What is that heavy? Oh, stealth skill. Oh,
Beautiful.
Mouth rolls.
I was like, what's the heavy armor thing? I thought it was
Not
like
super stealthy, as I said.
Okay. 32.
I don't know if Orilyn knows that we're supposed to be stealthing. Did we mention it?
You would have seen him cast the magic, and the magic sort of like muffling the footsteps as we go and is like swirling around us and removing our scent.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think she's familiar with the spell either. So.
Really? A hunter, a
you could say
follow, like Oberon's like a hunter kind of dealio, right? Like,
Yeah, but I don't know that she's actually, if Oberon has it, I don't think she's actually hunted with Oberon. That's kind of high status.
I just thought maybe
yeah.
somebody else that followed him would be like it could be like.
I think
a
Vash
side-
cast it
There's
once, but it was a long time ago.
I don't remember. There's a chance it might be one of the spells that I get access to and just didn't take as a Archfey Warlock, but I'm not positive.
All right. Well, let me pull you guys over.
It is not.
You can decide if you want to stealth after you see
But he'll.
the dragon.
Yeah, he would have. If you guys weren't being stealthy, he would have pointed out. Said, "I've helped us be a little bit quieter if we can.
Okay, then she will.
Only fight if we have to. Yeah."
All right.
She will
Hey,
do a
look at
very
that.
good job of it.
Natural 20. Okay. All right. Well. So you guys get back to the ring with your party of 5 people. And you see the dragon is there waiting, and he's like, we fight again. And you're like, you killed my friend, now you must die, or whatever. My name is what is it, Irigo Montoya?
Hello, my name is Orilyn Favyre. You killed my friends. Prepared to die.
Yeah, that's it. All right, no, there's no dragon there.
It's Inigo Montoya.
Inigo Montoya. that's it.
Inigo Montoya.
I was afraid to say the wrong thing.
My name is.
They
Inigo
actually made a
Montoya.
game a lot that uses those lines that's similar to Apples, and it's great. I love it.
All right. So you guys arrive at the ring. The dragon is not here. You see a lot of bodies. You see a puddle of water.
Oh.
What is your passive perceptions?
17.
14.
For the short one, 16. For the tall one, also 16. Wait, no. 19.
17.
All right. Odayn, you see something like sitting, like some small thing sitting in the middle of this pool of water. It's sort of like puddled together near the opening, near where the opening would open, on the inside of the barrier. Barrier's down, by the way.
Do you
Can I
see the
go?
bodies of any of your friends?
Orlin's rushing in to start looking at bodies, see if she recognizes any of them at all. Because she didn't notice any of where she last saw people, which I think they were all over here where she last saw Vash, Ishu, and Lyram.
Yeah, everybody take a look around.
Can I go to the puddle of water and pick up whatever that was?
Yeah. So you approach the puddle of water, and like in the center of it, you see this small, sort of like sphere-shaped object. Like you realize, like, you've seen it before, but it looks,
Laura's orb.
yeah, it looks a little different now. There's nothing like before. You'd always see stuff swirling around, whether it was like water or like the tangled mass of like thorns and vines, and instead what you see here is just a clear orb, probably made of like quartz. It could serve well as like a crystal ball, maybe, but that's essentially all you see laying there. There's nothing like inside of it. You can just see right through it. So,
But I
like,
know it's Melora's.
I mean, I think you're a smart enough guy to put 2 and 2 together, as far as like what you would know. Doesn't make sense for it to be anything else, I don't think. I think when you first look at it, you see like the reflection of the water on the other side, right? Like maybe there's like a slight breeze So the pool of water is not totally stable. So like maybe you see like the movement of water on the other side that makes you think like, oh, that's the orb with the water in it. But then as you approach it and get closer, you realize, oh, it's empty. It's just an orb.
Can I, I don't know, inspect the water, the puddle that it was in? If there's any magical properties to it,
You're looking for magical properties?
or I don't know, any sign of Melora? Because I know Melora can like meld into water.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to roll here. So like if you're looking for magical properties, probably like an Arcana check, right? Like if you're looking for like stuff in the water, like if there's like bits of her clothes, for example, I'd probably like investigation.
I'll do an investigation.
Yeah, the pool seems to be clear, relatively clean. I mean, it is like there's a bunch of like sand and salt around, but like you're looking at the center of the pool, and I don't think any of the salt has contaminated. So you can tell that it's like maybe you like you touch it slightly, like smell it on your finger, or maybe even taste a little bit of it, and it's you can determine it's definitely like clean, fresh water. There's no like there's the obvious like sediment of the stone in the area, but there wouldn't like kick up a whole lot of like dirt into the water itself to mix into it. So there's not like any like stuff diluted into it. You don't find like there's no really like scraps of clothing. There's no like seashells or anything like that. It's just very clean.
How deep is the puddle of water?
Maybe like a couple inches, but it's spread over a large area. Like the area is generally flat. There is like some kind of gaps where these like in between these stones, right? Where there's like dirt and maybe it's like worn down another inch or two. So it's like filled some of those gaps, but it's like, I don't know, it's like an inch or two of water just like spread out over like 30 square foot area. I mean, it's a pretty big area.
I'm gonna call over to Orilyn. Orilyn, come here quick.
Orilyn's like practically right behind you by this point. She was checking out this fairy.
He's gonna show you the orb. Do you recognize this?
Is it? So it's all exactly the same size and everything. It just doesn't have the swirl in it?
Yeah.
It looks the same size as the orb we gave to Melora. But it doesn't have the waves.
I found it in this puddle of water. I don't know if we can revive her somehow.
Orilyn will put her hand on your shoulder and say, "We'll find a way."
He's gonna call over the tree that's the healer. We don't know what his name is, but he's gonna ask him to come over. Sorry, Mr. Healer, sir, can you come over here? We may need your help.
What kind of tree did each of them look like?
Sorry, what?
What kind of tree did they each resemble?
So the taller one, the one that you guys were talking to, it looks more like some sort of pine tree variant. He has these smallish, like 1.5 inch or so pine cones that are kind of purplish colored, ringing around where his neck is, and then like following the ridges of his shoulders. I don't know how many trees you know, but he woke from a black spruce. And then the other guy has these long branches with branches with these long leaves hanging from it. I have to find my descriptions.
While you're looking, I feel like Orilyn probably knows her trees, right? Like,
Fair enough.
like you can make a roll if you want to, but I'm fine with just being like, yeah, this.
If you're a type of tree found in the Feywilds, she'll just pull out her book and.
They would be.
Yeah, like
Okay.
we've seen on the show, like the plants that grow in the Feywild seem to be like, the stuff we'd see in like the Western Hemisphere, typically. So like, often very large, exaggerated versions of those things. But as far as like the way the trees and plants look, it's the material plane that we see a lot of stuff that we would typically expect in more on like the Eastern Hemisphere of our world. So,
All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I didn't do very good descriptions of my characters.
I think spruces are like Western. I don't know.
They are Western.
They
So the
They're all over, but
yeah, they
taller
could be all
tree
over.
is similar to like a black spruce.
yes,
That's what you said. Okay.
there's elements of things that make you think of that tree. And then for the
Okay.
smaller one, he has these. I had to look up the word chartreuse, long thin leaves, which is like a yellow green or a yellow green. He resembles, or at least elements of him resemble, a weeping willow. For the smaller one.
Okay. Orilyn will look at Odayn when he's calling the one over and say, that one looks like a spruce, so why don't we just call it spruce? And we could call the other one Will. Oh? Willow or Will? Which one do you like better? She's calling out. She doesn't know how they identify, so.
I don't think we mind. You can call us whatever you want.
Will is shorter. You'll be Will. Or, well,
That's the other
they'll
one.
be
Yeah.
Will.
All right, I guess that's their names now.
We have names now.
Do you wanna
Bruce
change?
and Will.
All right, which one was this guy, Spruce or Will?
This
Oh,
one is Spruce.
okay. You've already done it. You've already done the thing.
I
All
did
right.
it. Yeah, I just gotta put the name tag on.
All right. Cool.
They didn't have names, so.
I like it.
It'll
I
make
like
it easier to talk to you both.
All right. Never needed one before, but I'm all right with that.
We use names a lot, Odayn and I, so.
How can I help?
Bruce, how familiar are you with primordials?
Not sure. I mean, I know a few things.
You
I
wouldn't
know of your friend.
You wouldn't happen to know how to revive her, would you?
Really
This is
don't.
her orb.
It's very important.
Ah.
If there's any way.
I'm not sure if it works the same. If it works the same as for one of your sort, then I could try it, but you'd have to give me a day.
I think if that's the best we can do, that's all we can do. Right, Odayn?
That's
I also
fine.
don't have what I need to cast the enchantment.
Did you guys
What
show
do you
him?
need?
Did you guys show him the orb?
Yeah.
You want to make a check, Spruce?
Sure. What am I checking?
Hmm.
Change the names on my sheets now.
I suppose it would be Arcana, or maybe religion,
Or religion.
or if you think something else might apply, if you kind of know.
I'll go for Arcana.
Okay. 19. You could. It theoretically should work about the same way. It's a little different, right?
Really? I think that would work.
it's a little different.
The player didn't think.
Hold on, I'm not done. let me finish because I got some good news and I got some bad news. It's a little different because Melora doesn't have like a mortal soul, so it's a little bit different way. It works slightly different than it would for someone like Odayn, for example. If the orb still had the magic in it. But
Oh. And it does not?
no, it looks just like a ball of quartz. It's just looks pretty useless. So, like, either someone like beat you to it, or well,
I don't know a lot about this, but there's nothing in that orb.
Right, and we're asking if you could put something back in it.
Oh, how to do that?
Orilyn, if he needs a day, maybe we should try to collect as much of this water, this puddle, as we can, and store it, just in case we
Right.
need it to revive her.
Right. Her body could have turned to water.
I'm not sure how to grab it though. I don't have anything that would
I
help.
don't remember how big my pot of awakening is. I'm trying to find it.
Isn't it doesn't it still have a thing and it's like back in the material plane? It's growing a thing?
No, that's a different one. She brought the
Oh.
pot of awakening with her. She's been keeping it in her bag of holding, because her last resort to bring back Oberon is to plant it in the pot
Plant
of
him.
awakening and hope that he'll at least come back as a tree.
I support this. It's a 10-pound clay pot, so it's probably fairly big.
Yeah. So there's that, but can I use prestidigitation to ferry the water over into the pot?
let's see.
Well,
I think
It's different from
could try
shape
and
water, so I
freeze
don't
it.
think I can.
I think there is a spell that would let you do that.
It's shape water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
shape
it would be shape water.
Is there a control water cantrip or something?
That's
shape.
That's it. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shape water.
Yeah, that's probably what you'd need. I think just my DM tab on Roll20 keeps like freezing up. So let me just look at the other tab real quick.
I could freeze it
Yes.
and you could collect it that way.
Instantaneous sensory effect.
That could work, I guess.
I think that will work.
Because you said it's only like 1 to 2 inches, so we can't
Right.
really get a
Out.
bucket. Yeah, we can't
But
really get a bucket and just
But
cart
it's
it over.
spread out. Yeah, but it's spread out
Yeah.
over like
Yeah,
It'd take
20
me a few
feet.
minutes to do it, probably.
it'd take a while.
Rambling even allows me to with this. Just frostbite. I don't know if it work or not.
Yeah, is it so you're just trying to freeze all the water?
Yeah, I assume I'd have to go like 1 5 block at a time, but
It's
I
a-
guess so. And then they could pick it up as a frozen thing and crunch it into the pot.
Disadvantage. I mean, I don't see why not. It's a cantrip, so you can just do it over and over again at will.
Right.
Numbing frost to form a 1 creature you can see, so you don't even have to touch the thing. So, well, it's a creature.
It's normally a creature, yeah.
Target is.
So I said, if you even allow me to do it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that a target is typically a creature.
Technically, shape water lets you freeze stuff, so it would be kind of intruding on that one.
I mean, I'll allow it for the purposes of this if you really just want to do it.
It's just trying to be helpful.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't really see like a big deal.
I mean, otherwise, Orilyn's pulling out her mess kit and spooning it into the pot.
I think while he's doing this, though, Spruce has got like this big, sad look on his face. He kind of knows.
Yeah. So, I mean, it probably takes several minutes, of just like working this over the whole area, but eventually you're able to like freeze it up. And it basically kind of becomes like like not like a sheet of ice, but kind of like a snow like material, I guess. You guys just gonna basically like scoop it all up into some jars? Like, do you have enough containers?
Well, I've got the pot of awakening, and then I do have some empty vials and like empty potion bottles. Wait, no, I don't think I have an empty water skin. I think I filled it up already.
Pot of awakening.
And that's it says it's a 10-pound clay pot, so
Okay.
however big of a pot that would end up being.
Well, I mean, if it's Melora size, she probably weighed like 100 pounds or so, ish, I would think. Right? Like, so if it was Melora sized, it would probably be more than you could fit in a 10-pound thing. Is like the goal here to gather all of it, or are you just wanting to gather some of it? Like, what are you guys trying to do here?
I don't think any of us were awake to know that she cast the water elemental, were we? Did Orilyn witness her cast that, or was that after Orilyn fell?
Only Sha'ah.
I think only Sha'ah probably saw it, if anybody.
Excellent.
I
Okay.
don't recall,
so
but it's
we don't know if it's the water elemental or we think all of this is Melora.
yeah.
I would like to try something though, since I have the orb, and I think Odayn is desperate. He has in my inventory I have 3 bottles of Melora's Forgotten Vault Water.
Okay.
Oh.
Melora's Forgotten what?
He got it from
where we found
that
Melora.
spring. The spring we found Melora.
Right. Yeah.
I think he's gonna take one of his bottles and try to pour it over the orb to see if that does anything.
All right.
Okay, pour it over the thing, like, in the pot. So that way we
So that we
save
can
the water
collect it.
still.
Right.
I want you to make 2 checks, Odayn. I want you to make an Arcana check and a Religion check, please. You do the thing. Like, you take the water out, you pour it over the orb. That's fine. I just want to see something. Okay. Yeah, you pour the water over the orb and you're staring into it, you're hoping for like a sign, right? Like you're probably like digging through all these blurs of memories that you've recently reacquired.
Right.
You're just like doing whatever you can.
Desperate.
And you don't see anything. You don't see Melora's face looking back at you from the orb. You don't see a vision in it of something that would help. All that really happens is a bit of a memory. You remember something, and you remember both seeing it when you were in Melora's Forgotten Vault, when you met Melora again for the first time. And man, it's kind of like a 51st dates thing with you guys. And and you also remember seeing it other times, like in past lives. Like we get that scene of you like falling, leaping through the window, crashing through the window from heaven again, like falling towards this body of water, and then like we get like a flash through of memories. So like a scene of you like opening your eyes, spitting out water on like a lake shore, as Melora is like standing over you, like tending to you. She's like patting you on the back as you cough up some water, and she's kind of like laughing. Maybe we get like a scene of, and you know, you probably look different in all of these like different iterations, but maybe there's something about you that we can tell it's Odayn, like same hair color or eye color, or like similar eyes, or you know, something along those lines. Similar style of dress, something like that. So you get like another scene of you guys like eating together around a campfire or something. Maybe trying something that neither of you had tried for the first time, and it's like really gross. You both like grimace at each other and start laughing. And we see like another scene of you and Melora and a few other people like facing down this frost giant, and like preparing for this big fight. And there's like this huge sense of camaraderie. Maybe the scene after it's been slain, even more so, like a sense of accomplishment of like returning some kind of like normalcy to the world. But throughout these like different memories, there's things that you remember. There's like a specific thing you remember seeing Melora do when she was like particularly wounded or something like that, and you saw her do that in this life when you first met her in the cave. And there was this ritual she did to like pull a shawl from the water. Remember, she would like, when you guys first met her in the cave, she had to like spend a couple hours doing this because she was like slowly dying if she didn't get her shawl back. So she had to like do this ritual over the water and like recreate her shawl from the water itself, and then like wear it. You remember like through these different lifetimes, you've seen her do it maybe a couple times. No, maybe not in like every lifetime. You've seen her do it a couple times, and like it's all the memories coming back to you. So it feels like you feel like you've seen enough times that you know, like you could do it. Like you know the words she chanted, the runes she would trace in the air. Like you know it like perfectly, like second nature.
I'm probably gonna tell Orilyn and Spruce, because they're both next to me, what I remember of the ritual, and I must tell them that I'm gonna try to do it. And then,
Do you need any help?
I think I should be able to do it myself. I think I'm pretty positive I can recreate it myself. You guys can try to see if there's any other signs of the others while I try to do this.
Sure. Be glad
Orilyn
to.
is very interested in this ritual because if it might bring back Melora, then if something happens and we can bring back Oberon with it, she wants to know. So I think she'll be watching Odayn.
Yeah, then I'm gonna try to recreate it.
All right.
It might take a while, Orilyn, so
Yeah.
just be wary.
Minimum of an hour, actually. First, I want you to roll me a d4 to see how long it's going to take you to do it. 1 hour. 1 hour. Congratulations. Now, I need you to make a DC 10 wisdom check.
Oof. Okay, I think Odayn's gonna use my inspiration for this one.
If I know that he's going to be doing this, can I be giving him guidance?
You can. Yeah.
Take an extra d4.
Do you just keep casting guidance on him every minute?
It's not.
Yeah,
it's
I guess
not
so.
a. It's not
I'd
a,
have to stay nearby.
It's not a save. It's
So just check. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just a check.
Is it the same roll?
Is it also +2? I mean, either way, you make it. So, here's what happens. You sit there for an hour, and you're chanting this ritual. You're going through this, tracing the runes in the air. Maybe you have to like position your body a specific way, sit down, cross your legs, whatever. And it takes a lot of concentration, a lot of focus. And yeah, we see you like reaching down to the water, you pulling it out of the water like a sheet of water, like, able to like lift it up and hold it free of the water. And it still flows, right? Like it still like flows off of itself and like drips down into the water. And you get close to the end of the hour and you're able to like pull it out. And bits of it are still like dripping off and it's like starting to fall apart. So you're like take time and like focus and try a little bit harder, and finally you pull it out like this big proper, like almost like a slightly translucent, almost like a scarf, like an ascot or something. It's long. It's like this long sheet of water. And then it sort of like stabilizes. And it looks like a frost pattern on it, like a snowflake looking pattern, like frozen crystallized water. But it warps like cloth or like linen, like fine cloth. It doesn't drip. It's like ice. It's almost kind of like cold to the touch. You're like holding it there for a few minutes. You have this like thought in your mind, like is like you're just like worried it's gonna like fall apart suddenly. So like sitting there holding this thing in your hand, like looking at it, it's hard to imagine it being stable because it's like really cold to the touch and it's basically just like frozen water. So there's like this sense of like it's gonna melt any second. It's not that cold out, but it doesn't. And then you realize after like a minute or two, once we get past the hour mark, that you're just sitting there holding a sheet of what looks like ice. But you basically have like a shawl. You can add it to your inventory, Melora's shawl. That's
Do I remember what she did with it after she does her ritual?
She'd wear it typically. Like she would like put it on, it would become like a part of her.
Could I try putting it on top of the orb?
You could try.
To see if it has any effect. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, make an Arcana check.
Rolling so low.
So you place the shawl over the orb, so it's almost like you hold your hand out with the orb in it. The shawl like covers your whole hand and like drapes down a few feet, and yeah, you feel like there's something you're supposed to say or maybe do, but you've never seen it done like this.
Right.
Yeah, but nothing seems to happen. You probably do like sense a bit of magic coming from the shawl. But yeah, like even just like holding the orb in your hand, it just feels like you're just holding a rock.
Odin's gonna whisper to it, Melora, if you can hear me, come back to us. I don't know what to do with the shawl, but I know it's important.
Would you
So
say would you say that you're praying to Melora?
Yeah.
Make a religion check.
Orilyn is also gonna whisper to Spruce, like, you said you could bring her back if we rest for a day. What's the words that you usually say when you do that? Maybe he can say those, and it'll work.
Call out to the spirit, but there's no spirit to call out to. That orb. It's empty.
Yeah, nothing happens. Unfortunately, you get no response, Odayn.
Or-
You do remember that when you met her in the forgotten in her forgotten vault, and you guys pulled her from the forgotten one. You got her out, and you're like stabilizing her, and she had to do this ritual to make her shawl and put it on. If she didn't do it, she kept taking damage. Is what was happening. Like, just mechanically, you can explain this how Odayn would know it, but he would have recognized that if she didn't do this ritual, it was killing her basically, until she got her shawl made and put it back on. She was like constantly dying. It was necrotic damage that she was taking, if I recall. Yeah, it stabilized her form exactly. So that's just something you would know. You're holding it right now, so she's not wearing it.
Wait, I thought he put it over the orb.
Yeah, but I mean, he's basically like still holding it in his hand. It's over the orb.
Okay. I think when Spruce says like his answer, call out to the spirit, and Odayn's like sitting there, is he saying it out loud? The stuff he was saying like to Melora?
He said that out loud, but I think in a whisper.
Okay. I think Orilyn will sit down next to him and also say like, come on, Melora, we still need you.
Do you want me to give you
Basically
a religion?
joining in.
Yeah, you want me to give you a religion check too? Sure. Yeah, it'd be religion, because you're basically praying.
Yeah.
Can I hear that? Can I give her bardic inspiration?
Sure.
I don't think it'll help.
How do you do it?
How did I give her bardic inspiration? I tell Orilyn to help me call out to Melora. Hopefully she can hear us.
Okay, I was just curious, like, if you
Is
pull
yours
out
the-
your instrument and play it, or like, do you sing? Like, what do you? That's just all.
I don't.
Just words of encouragement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you have to.
Okay.
Is yours a D8 or is it something else?
It should be a D6. No.
Oh,
D6 at the
D6.
beginning. So D8. So D8.
Okay.
Ooh, 10.
No, only
10.
10.
Yeah, there's no response.
When nothing seems to be happening, Orilyn's gonna shift and she's gonna say, Oberon, I know you're in Odayn. You can do something to help. And she's also putting her bow near the orb. Just in case
So you're
being
praying
so
to-
close to Odayn isn't enough.
So you're praying to Oberon, right?
Mhm.
Make another check, I suppose.
Okay. I am going to use my inspiration on this one.
17.
That was almost a 20.
Yeah, it was.
I saw it just like wobbling over.
Yeah. You don't get like a direct response. Like, you don't hear someone speak or anything. You just get more of like a feeling. And the feeling, it's kind of like being on a tough hunt. Like, maybe you're one of your first hunts by yourself. You were hunting something like scary, right? Like, maybe it was like, I don't know, like a werewolf or a displacer beast or something like that. Something that was kind of a threat, like your first major kind of threat.
A Faybor.
Yeah, okay. So you're like hunting this Faybor. And you're like running through the woods, and you're able to like track it. The hunt goes on for like days, right? Like, you're out running through the woods, and this thing is just able to elude you or stay one step ahead of you, or you just can't tire it out. It just seems to keep going. And then you finally like corner the boar up next to this gorge, right? So it has like nowhere to go. And maybe you got like a little bit cocky, right? Like maybe it was like you're kind of like making a show of it because like you knew this, you had your quarry. Like there's no way it was going to escape. And so like you didn't take it down the first second you had. You kind of like savored the moment. But you did end up taking it down, but it gored you in the process, like really hurt your leg. So like you're laying next to this boar you've just slain. Like you have the achievement, like you got your quarry, you know, you can get your trophy or whatever. You broke off your tusk, whatever. But now you're like laying there wounded, out in the woods. And maybe at this time you didn't have a way to like properly heal your leg, or you know, you could like bandage it or whatever. But there was like this first like real concern. Like you weren't afraid that the boar was gonna kill you ever, right? But like for a second you have this real terrifying thought of like, what if I can't make it home? Like what if this is how I die, because I'm just like stuck out here and I can't crawl the day's journey back to the nearest settlement because this wound is so bad or whatever. You did end up limping home, just barely able to make it back. Maybe like someone came upon you, offered you some help.
I didn't come home soon enough, and my parents sent my brothers looking for me.
Yeah. But there was this like real terrifying concern. It was just like, oh man, I could just like lay here and never make it back. What if something else found me? Like something more dangerous than this boar? There's like that real like lizard brain concern going on. That's the feeling you get. Like it's not over, right? Like the fight hasn't been completely lost. But you're gonna have to find a way to limp your way home.
And I'm getting this feeling like from within myself, or like as if Oberon is like answering my call in a way.
Yeah, it feels like Oberon's answering your call. Like it feels like that that guiding hand on the back of your shoulder, like like, you know, the fights, we still gotta fight, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder now, not easier.
Yeah, and so I'm getting the impression it's not we have to keep fighting harder to try and get Melora back. It's we have to give up on Melora.
I don't think it's necessarily a feeling of like giving up. It's just like it looks like Melora's gone, and that's bad. That's gonna make things a lot harder.
Okay.
Probably. It's like an acknowledgement of like, yeah, she's gone. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to limp home.
Yeah. Orilyn's gonna look at Odayn with tears in her eyes and say, I think we're gonna have to wait and maybe try and find a way, bring her back when we're in a better situation. How long does that stay? And she's indicating the shawl.
Yeah, the shawl. The question is,
Odayn?
How long does it stay?
How long or are you able to keep it like that to try again later?
Do I know if I can stay in this ice veil form for a while?
I don't think you've ever seen it stay like this ever, this long. Usually she makes it and she puts it on immediately and it sort of like becomes a part of her and like disappears. Sort of. I don't think you know. Yeah, you can make like an Arcana check or an Intelligence check or something to try to see if you can tell.
Arcana check.
It's gonna stay like this for now, but you're not sure how long.
I'm not sure how long, but we probably should make sure it's kept intact. Be careful with it.
Let's
Fat.
can we bundle the orb up in it, and we could keep it in my pot
Sure.
until we get back to my parents, and maybe they have something better that we can keep it in if it's like that still when we back.
Sure. Well, now that we have at least an idea of Melora, any signs of the others? Vash, Ishu. We know Avaachai was taken, but how about the other two?
I didn't see any of them when I was looking
Sorry.
around.
3, Lyram. The statue.
It's interesting. When we were coming in, did we at least see footprints in the sand? Over in this area where they last were?
Where like Vash and Lyram and stuff were?
Yeah.
You could make like
Did it look like they didn't walk away? They were just suddenly gone.
Yeah, you can make like an
Could have been picked up
investigation
by the
check
tentacles.
or something.
Yeah.
Disappear.
I mean, it's always possible that like it killed them and just like something else took their bodies, or it
Well,
ate their
the thing
bodies.
is, the thing is, Lyram disappeared first, like
Yeah,
while Orilyn was still conscious, and then Vash disappeared while we were still conscious.
Yeah, if
she
you-
knew they were in this general area when they disappeared.
Yeah, if you witnessed them disappearing, then you probably could put 2 and 2 together, I think. Yeah.
Hmm.
Like, did they just not come back? The
Yeah.
question is, like,
So
did they come back? They might have appeared somewhere else nearby. You might want to check nearby to see if there's other footprints. Like, I think it might be like an investigation check. Like, really.
yeah, she'll go over where they were, and like investigate around. But in answer to Odayn, she will say, I didn't see their bodies where I last saw them before I lost consciousness. But let me go have a look.
Did I not pull Ramiel onto this map? I thought I did.
He's over in the right
He
corner.
was.
Or he was.
Yeah, he's there. He's looking
there
around
he is.
too.
Okay, I just lost him. I was like, he's one. So what? I just want to check in with him. What have you been doing this whole time, Ramiel? Like, you come up to this clearing, you see a bunch of the people that you've seen, like, basically the leaders, like almost all of them, who've been like making sure that this like ragtag group of survivors somehow stayed alive. So like some of these people you might have exchanged food with around a fire in a desperate time. Like you might have known some of these people. Like, for example, where is he? This guy is the one who didn't trust you guys at the barrier, right? Like he was the one that was like, no, don't let them in or whatever. But this guy vouched for you, I think. I think this guy was like okay with you guys getting in. Some of these guys were like the guards that were pointing crossbows at y'all. Some of these are Eladrin. I think this is the Eladrin that you sent to get your parents.
Yeah. Speaking of the Eladrin bodies, though, I was still gonna go, like, when Orilyn did die completely, still do the thing where she just turns into a bunch of plants.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you don't want to do that, we can not, but
Yeah,
that's
fair
what my plan had been. If you don't like that idea, we can just say their bodies are there. But...
No, so there's probably like shrubs growing here. So like maybe this one is more like they're not flesh corrupted yet. There's salt all
right.
around. But
That makes
yeah,
sense.
they're just like this one's probably a greenish shrub, and this one looks more like an autumn, like red leaves kind of shrub.
I think that I've probably just been wandering around, kind of in shock.
Yeah. Okay.
He kind of understands the gravity of the situation now.
Yeah. All right. So, investigation 17. You do put 2 and 2 together. Like, you're like, oh, these are definitely, like, Ishu's footprints stick out the most, right? Like, kind of
Because
easy.
it looks like he was being dragged at one point, right?
Yeah.
From over in
Like-
wherever it was over here, all the way over here behind this rock.
Yeah, like, you can see where it looks like he collapsed. Like, you can see his footprints come to a sliding stop or something, and then,
Yeah.
like, a print where there's clearly, like, a smallish humanoid that was prone. And then, yeah, you see drag marks, and then you see, like, the area where they disappeared from. There's like, a set of footprints that track his Vash's there, and they're pushed in further, like he was carrying something kind of heavy, you know, and like the powder, like salt that's all over the area. And yeah, it seems to be disappeared. There's no footprints leading away from that. You like check the nearby areas, like if he came back, if he'd like, you know, maybe you don't know how banishment works exactly, but you're checking within like 30 feet or so.
Yeah, I don't know if she knows about banishment, but she does have dimension door, so she might think they dimension doored somewhere. Which would still be within the bubble, since we were told we can't go out unless they tried to go through and are stuck in the bubble. I think that would be her logic. So she'll come back to Odayn and tell him that, basically. I think they abandoned us. So you know how I have that spell that makes it so I can take someone with me. You know, like I think 500 feet away is probably the max that I could do. I think they did. Vash have that? I think
You asked
he
me,
used
Odayn?
it. Yeah, I can't remember if Vash had said if he had it or not.
I don't know.
But that's her logic. Is I think he used it, and I don't know if Ishu was alive anymore or not. But I think he took Ishu and left, and I can only assume that the statue did the same.
Are you guys trying to be quiet as you're talking about this, or just talking?
I mean, she doesn't want to draw attention from more enemies if more did show up. So, but she's not being like whispering. Yeah.
Okay.
They might. I'm sure we could still find them in the. I mean, people were saying we can't get out of the bubble because it's very thick. So they probably are somewhere else, but they still abandoned us.
So here, was it like how Lyram made that fire bird disappear?
Oh, you're right. I did see that, didn't I?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
But was that
Of course, he used it
banishment?
on an
Did he
enemy,
do a spell,
so-
or did he use the thought of it being somewhere else?
Oh, I think you're right. I think he did use
It
the
was
thought.
just a thought.
Yeah.
I think he was. Yeah, I don't think that was a spell. Remember, if you
Yeah.
thought of being somewhere else, then you left to somewhere else.
Sure.
It was when you guys were in limbo. The planes
Yeah.
of chaos. So like it was.
Well-
yeah.
So you think they just left us?
Yeah, I mean, I was 1 minute a big thing, and then and Sha'ah too, and then the next we went, and there was no sign of Vash or Ishu or Lyram. I don't know why I always have trouble with your name.
I mean, I expect that of the statue.
Call them
I
what you
don't
want to.
I don't remember anything from them after I turned back to myself before I fell unconscious.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Vash has been trying to tell us to run away this whole time. Maybe he just decided we were a lost cause. I'm a little disappointed in Ishu, though.
Well, she'll lead you over and show you, like, it looks like Ishu wasn't going willingly. See those marks, and he's not stepping, he's sliding.
Hopefully they're safe. But I don't know the first thing about trying to find them or where they are. I'm more concerned about Melora right
Well,
now. At least we
when
can
we find
try.
them, it's probably their fault that Melora's in her current state. She grumbles.
Well, the past is the past. All we gotta do is keep moving forward, Orilyn. Let's. At least we know what happened to them. They ran off. Maybe we should regroup, maybe rest, and then try to revive Melora after we rest. Maybe we can figure something out. Let's call on the others, and then Odayn's gonna go towards Bruce to tell him that we should head back to Orilyn's parents' house.
Okay. What are the other folks doing as Orilyn and Odayn sort of return to the group?
You got anything, Ramiel?
Ramiel was kind of like walking around, sort of like shell shocked, seeing all the fresh corpses. Some of them probably. Are any of them like humanoids? I don't think they are they?
They're all considered Fey. It's just Orilyn's Eladrin that isn't considered Fey for some reason. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a player,
Well-
you don't count as Fey, but if you're in the monster manual, you count as Fey.
Well, Sha'ah does, just not the Eladrin for some reason. That's a
Well,
weird
yeah, I
oversight.
meant for the Eladrin.
Yeah. If Ramiel doesn't have anything, then you said that the Eladrin ones turned into like bunches of flowers and like plants, or
yeah. Yeah, they so like probably depending on the season they were in, so like and maybe just different style of plants. Like one of them might turn into like a fungus. For example, that's not really like a plant, I understand, but it's similar.
The sciences are different.
Yeah.
I learned that recently.
Yeah.
not in D&D.
But some basically, yeah, their corpses turn into different kinds of plants. And it might
these Eladrin?
They are, yeah. These guys are archers, so they're any equipment they were holding in their hands is probably like still laying on the ground beside the plant too. So these guys are like in winter mode, so they might just be like a plant that's like got no leaves on it, or like all the leaves have fallen off, like a small tree, but all the leaves have fallen off. But otherwise healthy. Or it could be like a evergreen bush, or a holly bush or something like that. For the winter folks. It could also be affected by their like personality too, I suppose. Like that might affect what kind of plant they became. But yeah, I mean, essentially they're plants.
Alright. If that's the case, I think they would both split up and start talking to the plants
Yeah.
and questioning like what happened,
Let me see
what they
here.
saw, who they are, what they know.
Mm-hmm. Limited sentience.
The plants actually be alive
Well, they're
or
plants.
dying.
They're
Yeah.
plants. They're probably not feeling great. They're relatively new, so they're they're living plants for the time being. But the area is like covered with salt, also. So, like,
Mhm.
they're not going to be able to survive here, most likely. Like all the nutrients in the soil are probably like gone from all the salt. That was kind of the idea. Like the bits of plant you do have growing, they've been trying to like beat them back, resalt that area uh every once in a while, but they're also like flesh corrupted. So let me just look at this and see what you can get out of them.
Sure.
Local area within the past. Okay. Features, weather, other circumstances.
Will in particular is looking for like one of the leaders, possibly.
Yeah. Okay. Totally. So I don't know if any of these Eladrin were leaders, but like some of these were close. Like this is the guy that went to get her parents, for example. I mean, they kind of were leaders, right? Like I think it was like these guys, some of these satyrs, and then like a couple of these Eladrin, and like Ankit was like the leader. Um, but yeah. So what are you asking him, for example?
Basically just trying to get a rundown of what happened, the general like, who started the fight and
Mhm.
uh did you win? Did you lose?
Yeah. Okay.
If I can find one that's more like a leader, then some of the questions are how do you open this?
Uh-huh. Okay. So, a couple things. They sort of started the fight. The people did. The liars showed up with these golems and they demanded an offering. The people said no. And the liars said, if you don't give one, we'll choose one. And the people said no. And then they started to grab someone and they fought back. And that's what started the battle. Initially, they had won. They, between all the people here and a ragtag group of particularly strong folks that were here, they managed to basically kill the liars and the golems, but were attacked by another creature. That creature killed them. Killed pretty much everyone.
I'd understand that as the big dragon thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It gave them a sharp pain in their heads just being near the thing. That kind of stuff gives you all the typical like terrible flesh abomination stuff. A smaller group of folks seemed to keep it at bay. Ankit had the idea to reactivate the barrier, and it managed to like hold the creature back temporarily. But those who were like sort of stuck behind cover outside had nowhere to go once the barrier was up. You know, or whatever. And basically, yeah, some people escaped down below. The flesh knows that they're there because the creature survived. They communicate. They know that they communicate like with mind. So whatever's down there, there's other survivors that have gone down there. They don't know the fate of. But now the flesh certainly knows that there's people down there, and will probably try to find a way down there, if it hasn't already, because it seems to travel through the ground. As far
Do
as like
they know how to open this?
yes, so there's like a hidden tool nearby. It's probably near one of these pillars. It's probably like covered up with like a rock or like a stone, but there's essentially like a crank handle You can turn to open it and then reclose it. You just have to know where it is. Maybe it's like tucked between some rubble or something. But yeah, you can turn it to open it and turn it to close it. You can also do it magically or like do it from the other side. Like if you open it, walk down, you can close it from the other side. But the person you're talking to doesn't know the spell. Only Ankeet knew the magic way of doing it.
And which one learns this information? I'm not sure which. So Will would have been up here with these ones, and then Spruce was down here with these.
We'll say Will.
Okay. So after he learns that and finishes talking to him, he'll reapproach the rest.
Yeah. What is Ramiel doing? Are you still just like in shock, Tim?
I think Ramiel probably kind of finished wandering around and then just sat back kind of quietly, listening to the rest of the group talk, trying to figure out what's going on without asking questions.
Okay. All right. So as
I think
you guys...
I found the path. Sorry?
No, you're fine. He found the path, he says.
And then I guess he'll walk over and like operate the mechanism and open it.
All right. Yeah, we see you like pull some rubble aside. Maybe it's like part of this ceiling here that collapsed that we don't see on the ground is like somehow hoisted up and like leaned against this pillar to where it like hides this this crank handle. And it's just like a crank handle. It feels like when you start turning it, it's turning some kind of rope. You can't really see it, but you can like feel the way the handle works, that it's like it feels like it's tugging on some kind of like rope that's like taut, and it's heavy. And you probably also can like kind of feel the reverberation of gears like vibrating through into your hands as you're sort of like turning this thing. So like rope, and it's in gears and like some kind of like old mechanism. And it's hard to move too. Like it takes some pretty serious like strength to move it. But slowly but surely, eventually, the passage to the Feydark does open up.
And he'll come back over and say to Spruce, "You'll have to close it after I go down." Spruce nods. Is this draining into there?
Yeah, actually, like once the thing opens up, we probably, well, if it's melted again by now, because I guess you froze it over earlier, but maybe like some of the frost would fall down into it, and some of it would be like dripping because it is like room temperature at least outside, probably a little bit warm actually, so it might melt relatively quickly. And yeah, some of the water just like drains down in there. We hear like the echo of like water on the stone, like just dripping down into the Feydark. And it's just like darkness down there. Like looking down there, it's just like it looks like a long dark passage.
You're going down there?
It's my path. Needed.
Is there a way out of the bubble down there?
Don't know.
You talking about the barrier? Like the barrier thing?
Yeah.
Blister? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they told us that it's even underground or whatever, but Orilyn's still hoping there's a way out.
Yeah, I mean, it's off right now.
Oh, the bubble is off right now?
Yeah.
The blister's gone? Oh. No, not the bubble around this. The big blister, the flesh bubble all the way around us.
The big flesh bubble.
Oh. Okay.
Blister.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
not what I was talking about.
Sorry.
Totally misunderstood.
If that was gone.
I mean, if you ask about that, Spruce will probably chime in. Pretty sure I know how to get us out of that. Oops, that was the wrong accent.
Oh?
Yeah. Again, need to wait for tomorrow, but yeah.
What is it?
What is what? Oh, how to do it?
Yes.
I should be able to make it so that we can travel through the plants, through the trees, and just come out on the other side. That's how we got in.
Orlin's just like the look on her face is very. She's glad that this guy figured it out, but she's also annoyed that all these Eladrin were here and they couldn't figure out something like that.
Pretty high level ability. Maybe they didn't have the capability.
That's true. That's true. How did you know to do that?
I don't know. I just knew.
By the way, you said you were sent to help. Who sent you?
He kind of looks down and looks back up. I don't know that either. I just know that I needed to be here to help. And then Will chimes in, and I'm needed below.
Like a feeling that you just can't get rid of.
Yeah, kinda.
So you're gonna be okay by yourself down there, Will?
Will's face is much less expressive, and he doesn't have like a mouth. He just has like an armor plate guard kind of thing. The whole jaw moves as one piece. So his expression is a little bit harder to read, but he just gives a nod.
Well,
There's we saw some people going down as we were coming to help. Are you going for them?
He nods again. I have to catch up.
well, we don't know you well enough to tell you otherwise. So, good luck with your plans. And then he looks down at the pot where Melora's in, or at least Melora's orb. Orilyn, I think we need to rest and wait a day so that Spruce can maybe try to help us with Melora.
Yes. She doesn't care if Will goes down or not. What she's trying to figure out is like their gut feeling that they need to go do these things.
Yeah.
Like they seem to know a lot of information for a gut feeling. Yeah, we should go back to my parents and check on Sha'ah.
Good luck, Will.
Thank you. Take care of them, he says to his brother.
Yeah, we see him like descend.
So he'll head down in, and then Spruce will walk over and re-crank it to shut it, I guess.
All right.
As Spruce goes over there, Orlin will whisper to Odayn, "Don't you think their reasoning for being here is a little lacking in
That's fine.
information.
Honestly, if they're willing to help us, I'm willing to take any help we can get right now. I actually appreciate them more, and I whispered Orilyn, than this map guy who hasn't really done anything for us.
You're right. He's just been wandering around.
I'm processing.
You just come up to us and say that.
He's only like 10 feet
He's
away from
right
you
here,
guys.
yeah.
I
He's
know,
not
but
very
she
far.
was whispering. Okay. Um. Right. Let's go.
So back
You
to
wish.
the old parents' house, huh?
Yeah.
Was there anything worth? Spruce wouldn't look, but I assume that Ramiel did. Was there anything worth grabbing in the equipment from all these people?
I mean, there might be a little bit of gold and a couple weapons and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, there was actually one thing I wanted to do before we go. Spruce is going to cast plant growth
Okay.
and try to boost the bushes and trees that the Eladrin became and give them a little bit more time.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, sorry, I had like a thing happen there. I was like, whoa, what was that? Okay, gotcha. No problem. Yeah, plant growth.
Just the action cast, so it's specifically targeting those bushes, and it's not as nourishing as the other, but what he can do.
Oh, okay. And you're just targeting like the ladrin bushes, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything that isn't flesh corrupted, any plants that aren't.
Okay. Right on. Yeah. So we see like a few of the maybe some of those plants, the roots extend into the ground, like the plants grow up a little bit. They get a little more sturdy. Maybe they push past that salt layer. Yeah, they seem a little bit healthier.
They're probably gonna become corrupted too.
Probably, yeah. But I mean, if we don't do something about it, everything will.
Right. We'll come back and save them when we can.
Yeah, like
Ramiel, you coming with?
I meant to move my token along.
He's still processing.
yeah. I mean, despite everything that's happened, Orilyn seems kind of like positive, right? Like has direction. At the very least, like has a goal. Isn't totally crushed by the loss. Okay. So I'll pull you guys back over to the other map at the Grove. I just need you guys to roll initiative. No, I'm just kidding.
Done.
All right. Let me just paste you guys back on there. And why don't we do this? We're a little bit late, but why don't we take our break now? You guys want to do that?
Yeah, that works.
And then when we come back,
Sure.
we'll have you guys like arriving at the home again. And we can go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, go get yourself something to drink. Go to the bathroom. Whatever you need to do. I will say this. Tomorrow, it looks like we're going to have someone out. They're spending time with family for Broken tomorrow. So, for Memorial Day week. So, what we're going to do is we're probably going to play some games. So, the third giveaway for the copy of the Nibiru TTRPG by Arcana Media will be on the next week. That'd be the third and final giveaway. So, a week from tomorrow, if you want to win that last copy of the Nibiru TTRPG, just make sure you're there to enter the giveaway. And all you gotta do is like type a phrase in chat, and you'll be entered to win. And yeah, we'll go to break, and when we come back, we'll see what happens when they return to the house. All right, everyone have a good break. We'll see you all in like 5-10 minutes. Bye. All right. I am here. Let's see if they are. Hey, are you guys back yet?
Hey,
Oh yeah.
I just got
Yep.
back. I was just about to unmute the Twitch so that I could listen to the song you were talking about. And then you said, hey! I was like, oh, well, I guess it's probably not playing anymore? I don't know. I don't know how you do the music. I always keep it muted. I just have chat up.
I mean, I can play it in the background here a little bit while we talk. And get kind of settled back in. So yeah, I mean, I wanted to make sure it's the same thing I did when, because it looks, I don't know, it kind of looks like, at least temporarily, Melora is not with us on the show. So, you know, when people leave the show, I like to try to play the song that I sort of have attributed to their theme in sort of like the musical soundtrack of the show. I usually find a theme for everyone. I haven't for like the new characters yet. But for example, Orilyn's is Call of the Wild. All these are on the Dark Fantasy Studio soundtrack. I played that one this break too.
Oh, I'll have to go through my first act to find the folder I put those in again.
Odayn's is called Blind Eyes Can See. And the one I've been using for Sha'ah is called Blood on Snow.
Which album is the Call of the Wild from? Do you remember?
I don't have it listed here. Like, I've just got it set up on my thing, but I can look. Hang on. Call of the Wild. Looks like it's in the Dark Ventures audio V3.
Okay, found it. Here.
Yeah.
Orilyn.
But yeah. So, welcome back to the show. Hope you guys all had a good bathroom break. Got yourself something to drink. All that good stuff. And I hope you're not too bummed out by today's session. I think it's been a really good session so far. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really digging these new characters. So, good job, Tim, Wolf. Good stuff. And I think we've had some good scenes today, too. So, let's jump back in. We see you guys approaching the home. Let me stop the music. And yeah, like knocking on the door or whatever. And has Sha'ah woken up at this point? Ferdy, you're muted.
Has it been an hour or two?
Maybe it's been like an
How
hour.
many hours has passed since?
Oh, I know it was a full hour for Odayn to do the ritual, right? Because
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Tim and I were talking about
we were
how
getting a rest.
we would be using that as a short rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
Orilyn just
Then
sat
you
and
will be
watched.
rolling for help.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should roll my
Wait.
dice too, since that's
In case we are going to be in a battle.
Yeah. I mean, this is Forest of Flesh. I could just throw, like, guys, I know you still haven't rested, but how about just another Elder Brain Dragon? Does that sound good, everybody?
Yeah, he'll be still asleep, but he's like, while he was asleep, he's like, hugging Orilyn's dad, grabbing him.
Wait, in your sleep, you just grabbed her dad?
Yeah, he probably went close by, and then I like immediately hugged him because the scent reminds him of Anki.
What is Ankit's scent on my father?
Wait, what? No.
Maybe it's the same water that they use here.
Oh boy. Uncovered a secret you weren't supposed to.
Sorry, I'm looking at some different things here. What happened?
So when they enter, they're probably seeing Sha'ah and Orilyn. Well, technically, like Shaw's asleep while hugging Orlin's dad, and then
Okay.
his dad's probably not moving because he probably, I don't know. It's up to him if he's
It's
not
like
moving or not.
it's like that awkward thing where like someone falls asleep next to you on the couch and you're
Mm-hmm.
like, "Oh, I don't this is weird. I don't want to wake them up because it's also weird." Yeah. Okay. Sure.
But he said because she smells like, or because he smells like Unky. So that's what I was. Why does my father smell like Unky?
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that would be kind of weird.
I know it's the woody scent in this Feywild area.
Sure.
Wouldn't all of them smell like that?
I guess. I don't know.
Anyway,
I mean, you're badly wounded and stuff. You've just been through an
Right.
ordeal. I'm sure he doesn't give you too much of a hard time. Right? Like his daughter said to look after you or whatever, so
Right.
yeah, okay. Let me just
He still sneezed.
to the person I'm talking to, let me just make sure it fits the rule set, like for what that
Okay.
does. I just want to take a look at it. Sorry. I'm looking at the thing and yes. But let me just see the rule set. Look at the actual spell. Oh. Well, I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't concerned with that. If like I'm just trying to I'm having a hard time like pulling up the spell. I'm
Here,
trying
I'll
to
link
do
you the
15
thingy.
things at
Yeah.
once.
I'll find it for you.
But yeah, if it fits the rules of the spell, then absolutely.
Yeah, it's just one of those at DM's discretion thingies. So I was asking. There we go.
Here, I got it.
And then if you click on the additional choices thing right in the middle, grayed out, it gives you the list of different things that could be. And that's in there.
Oh.
If not, I'll choose something else.
If you click on Oh, that took me to something totally different, dude. I don't know. I had the link to the spell here, but
Oh.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Additional choice. Yeah. Yeah, it's listed there. Yeah, I'd say absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So you guys walk into the room and it's quiet. It's probably dimly lit, if at all, because kind of trying to hide out here for the time being. And yeah, like sitting at a like seating area is Sha'ah, passed out, covered in your blood, and like leaning on your father, who looks really uncomfortable. And your mom is like nearby, trying to cobble together, I don't know, stuff, like trying to organize stuff, probably clean up from when they had you guys all sprawled out on the tables and stuff.
Please get rid of all those dead tadpoles.
Yeah. So what do you guys do?
So what's the plan from here?
I think we should rest first for a bit. I'm super tired. And I think maybe we need to find a way to save Melora, but I think we can think better if we're well rested.
I don't need sleep, so I'd be happy to watch over y'all.
You don't sleep?
No.
Sorry, Spruce, what exactly are you? Sorry if that's sort of rude, but I've never seen anyone like you before.
Well, I think I'm new, or we're new. I've only seen a few of things like myself as well. My brother and a few others that woke when we did, but they went in different directions. I don't know what we'd be called.
Odin's gonna look to Orilyn. Do you know what they're called if they're new?
Orilyn pulls out her book on Feywild lore. And she's gonna flip through it and try to find information.
Okay.
Because you said Wolfrin, you said that they look like they could be from Feywild trees, right?
Yeah, they don't look like they're from any special trees that only grow in the Feywild, but lots of different things I assume grow in the Feywild. So
I think there's probably
Yeah.
like I was looking at which hemispheres spruces grow on. For example, it's one of the things I googled, and there was another kind of tree too. I looked that up too. I got the same answer for both. They both grow in the northern hemisphere, which means both the east and the west, just in the north. So I'm thinking maybe these trees could be on both worlds. It's just my personal.
And in the Feywild, stuff like that might not even apply.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just like rampant growth place.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, I think that's history, right? Because I'm looking at a book of lore.
I think so. You want me to look up how a book of lore works? I can do that.
Well, we wrote out stuff, but we never actually talked about if it was going to be for history or what.
Book of lore. I think you've used it for history before.
Yeah, I think I have used it for history before.
Information, particular field in lore. Yeah, you just pick a particular field of lore, and it's represented by text or pictures. Yeah, that's basically what it says.
So
I think we said we'd give
Feywild
you
history.
Yeah, it was like Feywild history, and it was like advantage or something like that, if I recall.
Yeah, I have in my notes it grants advantage on checks for Feywild related lore if I use the time to look through the book.
Absolutely.
So, advantage toggle history. Okay.
There you go.
14. I want to say something close. Maybe it's the right thing, but it's hard to say definitively yes or no. Wolf, should I let you tell this? It'd be a good opportunity to tell us a little bit about you guys.
I don't know that there'd be any reason that these things would be in a book of history because they're brand new. Like the closest thing that they would resemble is like Ents or tree Ents, awakened.
And that might be
plants.
what I find in the book. Perhaps I heard rumors about these guys. And that's why I thought to check the book to confirm what I thought I might remember, but I'm not actually finding them in the book.
Yeah, I think
so it could just be what I'm remembering of rumors that I heard.
Yeah, like I think it's a good way to put it, Wolf. Like, all you guys. So like, you're able to find things that are close, that are very similar, but not exactly the same thing, basically. And I don't know. I mean, you also know what these are. Like, is the thing.
I do. I helped make them.
Yeah.
But do you want to describe the rumors that Orilyn might have heard?
Oh yeah, yeah. I can do that. Let me see here.
Oh, I meant Wolfrin, because he remembers more about what they are than I do, because it's been a while since I looked at the sheet.
Well, I had been imagining it like these things probably only woke about a day ago for the very first time ever.
Oh, okay, that
So,
makes
like,
sense.
okay.
Okay.
I don't know
They're
if there'd
that
be any
new.
rumors. Again, there's things that they're similar to, and treants and such, but these in particular are just different. They look a lot like treants, although they're a bit smaller and a bit more humanoid in like the facial features and such.
Yeah, like Briarthorn or something.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what'd you
like
say?
Briarborn from the Pathfinder third-party stuff.
Kind of. I think Briarborn are more plants,
They're
though,
more
and these are very
humanoid.
specifically trees that have sort of woken.
Yeah, Briarborns are more. They have more humanoid bodies. These look like actual trees.
Right.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then,
if you're asking me, I don't think there'd be any reason there'd be rumors.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Okay.
I didn't realize it started happening that recently. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that was part of the stuff I sent you last night, but it was a big block of text, so you might not have seen it in there.
In that case, Orilyn will look through and she goes, "Well, they don't look like these, and they don't look like those. I don't know. Do you want me to just give you what you called?"
I like the name you gave me, so yeah, sure.
I mean, like, you and the other one, Will, like, those are personal names that we call you individually, so that when we want to talk, well, we can't talk to the other one anymore, but if he found us again and we wanted to say hi Will, then there's that. But then there's also, like, I am an Eladrin, as are my mother and father, and she'll point at them, and Odayn is a human, as is that guy over there. I don't think Orilyn actually got his name.
Ramiel?
Yeah. And then Sha'ah is what are we calling Sha'ah? Because if it's a fake creature, I might have heard of him at least before. Are we
Yeah,
definitely calling him Centaur or
Yeah,
a Sheeptar or what?
I think we're calling him
One for of a different breed.
Tar.
Okay, she's just good. Yeah, so then she'll say, and Sha'ah over there is a type of centaur.
I think I understand. And you need a name for the type of thing that I am.
Well, if anybody asks, "What are you?" then you just say
Helpful.
that. Whatever we come up with, instead of you don't
right.
know. Like you said you didn't know your name. That's why Odayn was just calling you Tree and Short Tree and Tall Tree.
What do you think that my kind should be called?
Let me go through my book one more time and just see anything similar.
Sure. I assume we've already started the long rest.
And she, after some time, like, just like kind of looking through the book and trying to remember what she knows about plants and trees and trying to think of a good name, she's like, what do you think of arboreal?
Real?
I can't remember how to pronounce it.
Arboreal?
Arboreal?
Yeah. Yeah, that.
I'm all right with that. I'm not sure how to tell anyone else. I guess just if someone asks.
It's just if they ask what you are, then you just say, "Oh, I'm an arboreal, and my name is Spruce." If you want to keep that name, I mean, most people don't get to pick their names, but if you want to pick one, you could probably.
I picked mine.
Well, I
Really?
said most people.
How'd you come up with yours?
Seemed fitting.
It does seem to suit you.
What does it mean? She asks with the
Anyways.
player not knowing what her own name means.
Are our names supposed to mean something? What would my name mean?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Sometimes people just pick a name because they like it.
Oh.
But your
Alright.
your name, you look like a type of tree that I've seen before. Spruce. Which is why I was just calling you Spruce, because you look like one.
I think I am, or might have been.
Might have been. She's gonna scribble in the margins of whatever the closest thing she could find in her book. Arboreal might have been the tree that they look like.
Yeah.
So I assume we've already started. Like, this is part of the long rest, hopefully.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Just want to check in. Tim, you know what Ramiel means, right? We talked about this.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Just didn't want to say it. Fair enough.
Okay, alright. Just making sure. Okay. Well, I mean, if you guys want to take your long rest, who's taking watches?
I'll watch over y'all if you want.
Yes, Bruce said he doesn't need to sleep.
Alright.
I think Spruce is taking all watches.
Alright. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. Yeah.
I can do that. Keep the door closed and watch the windows.
Is
Alright.
sleeping Sha'ah still holding my father captive?
I think it's at some point. I guess probably not too long after you guys are like sort of settled in. Maybe like 20 minutes after you got here tops. He's done that awkward thing where he like holds Sha'ah up and then like gets up without trying to move him, right? Like he's trying to hold him completely still so he doesn't. And then he gets up and like moves out of the way, right? And then he just like lets go, and then Sha'ah like kind of falls over on the seating thing. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I don't know. It's up to you, Sha'ah, if you want to wake up.
Yeah, by that time, Sha'ah feels like, like when you just, you dreamt of something and you're falling and you start waking up.
Yeah.
That's what he felt. So he wakes
well-
up. He wakes up and tells, and then yells out, "Let me at him! Let me at him! Where's that winged beast?" And then I see, Orilyn and Odayn alive, and he starts weeping. You guys, you're alive.
Yeah. Thanks for saving us.
And then he's about to like give Orilyn a hug, but he stops in between because he remembers not to hug.
Are his arms out ready to do a hug?
Yeah. And then he
Orilyn
stops
doesn't
midway.
let you. Orilyn doesn't let you not hug. She just can't give you a hug.
And now he's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna have kids now." That's what he's thinking. And then
Oh, he doesn't say it out loud. He's just thinking it.
and he's like, "Yeah." And then he's like,
Okay.
and then he tells Orilyn like, "Why did you do that?"
Oh, well, you looked like you wanted one, so I gave you a hug.
I was prepared to give it to Onkeep.
God.
Not on you. You can't start a family now.
Oh
This
yeah.
rate.
This is a bit embarrassing.
Why is the
So-
hug embarrassing?
I thought you already hugged on Keith.
No, I
Yeah, I
only
thought you did too.
Thought you did too, yeah.
I placed my head around her shoulders, but I didn't give her a full hug. And she didn't give it back, so it's not the same thing.
Oh no.
Wait, did you give the hug back? Because you said you paused halfway, which means you didn't actually hug Orilyn, did you?
Well, like, you know when your hand's just like up there and didn't like embrace it fully? So yeah, I guess like, oh, I guess I'm not a father yet.
Yeah, when you start saying all that, Orilyn's like, well, you didn't give me a hug back either.
Then I'm fine then. So where the rest of I know Vash and Lyram are gone during the fight.
So they
Where's
did leave?
Melora?
They abandoned us.
I'm not sure if they left or somebody casted a spell on them. I'm not really particular with that kind of magic.
Well, I looked around and it looked like Vash had been dragging Ishu, maybe.
That's probably what happened then. Can't really give you a definitive answer.
I couldn't tell anything for Lyram, but it looked like Vash was trying to drag Ishu away.
How about Melora? He was fending off the winged aberration while I took you guys and came here afterwards.
Orilyn will look sadly at Odayn. Is Odayn carrying the pot? Or did he give it to Orilyn, or what's going on with that?
And did you let him have the pot?
If you want to keep holding it, she won't like insist on taking it back.
I think Odayn would carry it.
So Orilyn's looking sadly at Odayn and the pot.
Well, we found her orb, but it's not the same as it used to be. So we're trying to find a way to revive her.
It's empty. Yeah.
Mm,
Do you,
we might.
do you know
Maybe.
anything?
How about finding some archfays? Maybe they could help us. Like Triandra. I don't even know where she went that time. Or Cernonos, perhaps? I thought
Do
I've
you
seen her.
know? Do
Nope.
you know how to get in contact with an archfey?
Who are you
Not
asking?
really.
You
How
know,
about you?
here's some said to try talking to them, and I talked to Lord Oberon, and he responded. So what if you try talking to Sununus and say, "We need your help"?
I think that's a marvelous idea. I haven't played in a while.
By the way, don't ask Sununus to come here. Apparently Spruce here, we helped him pick the name Spruce, said that he can get us out of the flesh bubble, so we can have Sununus meet us outside.
What happened to the little tree? Or was it the big one?
He went down the stairs. You found a way down to go down to the Feywild.
My brother was quite determined.
You have a brother too?
Yeah.
I think I have.
Brother,
Like, yeah.
you
Have you
didn't
seen
look
him around?
the same.
Well, that thing we fought earlier, that wasn't really my brother, but he looks like him. Have you seen him around?
We didn't see him, no.
Okay. Well, back to the Sir Nunes thing. Maybe I could pray to him.
Sorry.
Try it.
So how do you do that?
Are you
Aren't
ask-
you a cleric?
No, I am. No. I'm talking about how did you guys do that?
Oh, I was gonna say,
Oh,
are you asking me?
yeah.
Yeah. If you're wanting to pray, it's basically a religion check, is what I was treating it as earlier.
Religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Orilyn will say, well, every time I talk to Oberon, I make sure that the closest thing to him I have on hand is Nia. She does not look at Odayn. and like my bow, after I got my bow, I make sure I have it like when I set up the altar to Lord Oberon in Brumar's tower, I set the bow on the altar and I talk to him.
Oh, I mean,
Do you have something close to Sanunos or that represents him?
don't have anything physically with me, but these swarms, these Feyhounds, they're quite symbolic of his nature. You see, like Feyhounds, like tiny pups, hiding behind Sha'ah's wool. They pop up sometimes.
That sounds adorable. All right.
Maybe I could pray with them, I guess. And then he starts praying. So it's an Arcana check
Religion.
or religion. Religion, you said. Oops.
Yeah. Maybe you're just not able to focus. Like maybe it's the recent traumatic experience, or you still haven't gotten a long rest, so maybe you're just like still in a lot of pain, or your mind isn't clear. You try, you make an effort, and you feel earnest about it. It's just that you can't find that special kind of like spiritual connection.
I don't think it's working. There's nobody talking to me. Do you happen to know where the dragon? Did you guys kill it?
It wasn't there.
Well,
Yep.
last time
Trying
I
to
saw it was over
things.
here. Oh,
Can I ask why? I know a lot of things. I might be able to help.
I could track him down too. You guys want to beat? I mean,
Just ignore.
he had Avaachai in one of his tentacles.
Oh no. Going after the dragon.
Are
Yeah, I
they
know. Wolf
as
said
much?
something, you just totally ignored him. Go on, guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the conversation is going, but I heard go after the dragon because it has Avaachai, and so I'm gonna respond to that. So Orilyn said, I think, as much as I hate to say it, Avaachai's gone, and we're gonna have to do what we can to finish our main goal.
I see.
I don't know how much. I mean, you've seen this place. I worry about the Feywilds if we're not able to bring back Lord Oberon soon.
I'm
I
pretty
worry
certain
for-
that if he doesn't come back, everything goes poorly.
Hmm?
I said I'm pretty certain if he doesn't come back, everything goes poorly. It's like that feeling that I had, real bad.
Lord Oberon, or
Yeah,
you mean Avaachai?
yeah.
What?
No, Oberon, Lord Oberon.
Right. We need him.
That's why I'm here.
Well, in order to revive him, we need Melora.
How come?
Because she's the one who knows how to revive him. Unless you know how to revive him.
I do.
Oh. How?
What? How?
Well, I'm kind of afraid to do it because I'm not sure you're gonna be okay if I do.
Well, what do you need? You don't have to
Just
do it right now.
to be in the right place and remove the orb and cast some magics.
Oh.
Can I do an insight check if he really knows?
Sure. Yeah. He seems like he's being earnest and honest, I would say. What do you think, Wolf?
Yeah.
26
He-
is pretty
Nothing.
high.
He did say he could try to bring back Melora, so if he could bring back Melora, why couldn't he bring back Lord Oberon?
That's right. Well, why don't we... He did say he also needed to rest, correct?
Are we going to be bringing back Oberon tomorrow? Is that the plan?
We have to go to his palace first.
Right. Can we get there that quickly?
It depends on what we run into out there.
Hopefully we don't run again with that winged monster.
How far is Oberon's from here? Melin?
I know we've talked about before how far it is from the city or the settlement or whatever we were calling this, but I can't remember how far we
I'd
said
say
it.
I'd say it's relatively close to Mithrandain. Like, well, it'd be west, I think. So probably technically in the direction the dragon went.
Oh gosh.
But it's like couple, like 2-3 days tops travel. Tops. And that's like if you're going relatively slow, like taking your time getting through the overgrowth, which slows you down a little bit. Trying to avoid danger.
Doesn't the spell that Spruce can cast to get us through the flesh bubble also make it so that we have an easier time going through The flesh corrupted lands.
Well, I mean, I'll say this: like, if you're, yeah, okay, he just linked it. So,
Oh, I see. Oh,
within
I can move
range.
us quite a ways.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
that.
you can pretty much move
Anywhere on the
anywhere.
plane.
distance.
Yeah, anywhere on the
Jeez.
plane. So you could.
Wait,
Yeah,
that's only 6th level.
Yeah. Yeah, Vash could have had that if I hadn't have multi-classed him. By the time we got to the Fae, he could have had that. Bad.
Yeah, I could have had it too because I've got 5th level spells right now, but because I multi-classed Bard, I don't have
Yep.
access to. Jeez, I do have Tree Stride, but that can
Could have
only go
cut this
500
whole
feet.
adventure short. Fast tracked it. Oh well.
Nice.
And a good rest we shall have
so,
tonight.
yeah. I mean, theoretically, you
We're
could probably
going to Mithrandir.
you could probably just like put them on the doorstep of where they're wanting to go. Like, basically.
Just about, yeah. Like I assume
Yeah.
Oberon's tree is kind of a special tree and might not have another type of it somewhere else, but I could get close.
Yeah.
So I couldn't just teleport us into it. But
Right.
close
yeah.
enough.
Here's my question.
Well,
How?
I guess
Where
Spruce
is this
explains how it
human?
works, so you guys know.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
How close are you guys gonna want to get? Like, do you want here, because you could be walking into an ambush, a fight, the center
Mhm.
of their army.
Right.
That's gonna be a decision for you guys to make. Are you wanting to like get within eyesight of the tree, or are you wanting to get within some place where you can like stealth and like take your time creeping up on it, spotting patrols, that kind of thing?
It's probably the question that Spruce is asking, because he's just going to take them wherever they want to go. So it'd be up to the rest of the party. That's what I'm saying.
You guys are like,
I'm
wow,
trying
Don't all speak up
to-
at once.
we've never had
Well,
a
I'm
teleport
trying to
before.
No, I know. I'm just trying to think. Would it be better to try and go in and hope that we get in when there's no people, or would it be better to be scout first? And I'm just trying to think of, because if we scouted first,
We've seen scenes
we would.
that take place near the tree, right? Like that was the thing we saw in the water.
Yeah,
that
that's
was,
true.
we saw like armies there. Then we saw the large sheets of gold where they've basically like cordoned off areas where there's no plant or anything nearby. Like these large, like I described them as very large, like parking lots. Think like mall-sized parking lots areas that are just like entirely flat, covered in gold, just flat gold surface with like little platforms on them here and there and stuff like that. But there's a lot of that going on in that area.
Are you following all of this, Ramiel? Do you understand what's going on?
I don't know what's happening here. I'm just a cartographer.
We're planning how to save Lord Oberon.
Who is that?
He's my patron, my lord, the king of the Feywilds.
Oh, you're a warlock?
Yes?
Interesting.
Bruce, how many days would you need to revive both Melora and Oberon?
I'm not. I don't know. From what I know, I know how to revive Oberon, and I figured when you asked that it would be similar for Melora because she's kind of like him. But Oberon's orb has something in it, and there's doesn't. I don't even know if I could.
How many times a day can you use that spell to get us out of the...
Oh, it's not.
What are these
it's
orbs?
not like
What are
that.
these orbs?
Could we go and scout, and then you do it again, and we go into the tree if we find an area that we could go in safely?
Oh, you're talking about the transporting?
Yeah. Like, if you didn't give it a name when you told her, when you described it to her, then she's just saying.
I
How many
can
times
make a
can you
bridge
cast?
between the trees once a day.
So we go so that we could see the area, and then we scout, we plan for a day, and then the next day we go using
Sounds
your
like a good idea to
spell.
me.
That way we don't end up accidentally surrounded by the army of liars and flesh corrupted.
They are fearsome creatures.
She's gonna look at her father for, like, if he's awake. Well, no, if he's not in trance, rather, for validation of her tactical planning.
He is a master tactician. I guess.
Well, no, just because, like, as a noble, you kind of get some of this information in your education, anyways. I would assume.
Yeah.
So she's trying to, like, she wants validation, but she also is trying to show off, like, see, I can do stuff that adult nobles do.
Yeah, there's when you make an insight check.
There it is.
All right. Yeah, so you show off, you turn and look at him, and the first thing you see on his face is just worry. Like, about your well-being in general. I mean, you basically just died.
Yeah. And I'm already planning how to go back
And
in.
learned no lessons.
Yeah.
She's one-track mind right now. She's saving her lord.
But he quickly composes himself. It's only like a fraction of a second. You see this just worried expression on his face. And I mean, yeah, he nods and he seems generally proud of your plan. Like it's a good. It seems like a good plan. He sort of nods. What will you, and he you'd look at him and he says, "Right, I'll get my sword."
Oh no. Wait. Can you? How many people can go with you? She's asking Spirit.
It would have to be a fairly small amount. Can I roll insight?
Yeah, to see if you can pick up what she's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, it's a pretty
bright
good
green
insight,
day.
dude.
Yeah. I'm not sure that all of us, if your parents went, could get through in time. He's looking at Orilyn like,
Do you want to make a deception check?
Oh no, she's not trying to hide this thought. She's very like, I could get my parents out of here and maybe more.
I'll give you advantage because Orilyn's kind of helping you.
Oh, okay. So you really do want to get people out of here. I thought you didn't want to get people out.
You wanted a deception from Spruce or from me?
I was either of you, but I was gonna say I give you advantage because you're both kind of working together. So she's trying to say, "Don't let my parents come with; it'll be dangerous." I think.
Oh no.
That's what I thought too, but no.
No. At first she was saying, no, you guys should stay here, and then she's realizing if people can exit the bubble, she doesn't want to leave them here for liars to come back to harvest them more, right? So her thought is, we go, and then they also go, but they don't come with us. They go somewhere else after we get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
And so that's what she's
many
going
days
to
get a lot of people out.
Also fair to say that you guys have been outside this flesh bubble, and
Not much better.
Yeah,
true. It isn't much better.
At least here, you only have to deal with them when they come through and they want to take somebody, right? But out there, you're just constantly being attacked by flesh abominations, and it's up to you what you want to do there. If you're gonna be the plan is to teleport out of the bubble and then send them on their way by themselves. They
It
survived.
would only be that would only be acceptable if they had like their own adventuring party, not just the two of them. Like that would be a bad idea.
If
Yeah.
people were really prepared, maybe a dozen, I could get through.
So what are these orbs? I'm still lost on the orbs. What are the orbs?
They're from what I understand, they're like the heart of these things, these beings.
I think so too, considering where they've been placed.
They're the thing that makes them that makes them what they are.
So what does this have to do with dragons?
Well,
Ideally, nothing. But if one attacks us, then that's what it has to do with.
probably won't like this, but I have a feeling that we're gonna have to deal with that eventually.
I
Part of
have
why
a
I'm here.
question, Ramiel. That's what they're calling you, right? If you're just a map maker, why are you following us?
I mean, I look over at Sha'ah. He told me to.
And he was really
And-
helpful. He helped cure you.
And I looked up kind of above,
He's a
and there was a
matchmaker.
dragon flying over.
Oh, you helped too.
I helped cure you.
Thank you. And she'll because before when she curtsied and said thank you, she was only doing it to the arboreals. Now she's because she didn't realize.
I like you, Ramiel.
Thank you.
That was random. Okay.
Well, I mean to say I trust him.
I was just wondering why a random person. Now I know what you can do. You can help
Make maps.
cure and heal.
Could you make
I'm
a
not too good at
map of
healing.
where we have to go?
I would need to know where we're going. My maps aren't really magical. I just go places and map them out.
Ramiel, is there a reason why you're mapping random places?
I mean, it's not necessarily random. I map the places where I'm traveling, and it's how I can afford to travel. So,
Oh, so you sell the maps.
don't most map makers?
What maps do you have on you?
Not many of this world. Not finished ones, at least.
Oh, okay. You've chosen a very deadly place to map.
I didn't really know what I was getting myself into.
Do you want to stick with us, or are you off to go map the rest of the Feywilds?
I don't think anyone
It's-
will ever finish mapping this place.
It's probably not a good idea to go out there and map it right now, anyways, on your own. I imagine.
It's honestly a miracle I've lived this long.
So you're okay with joining our fight? I mean, it's not exactly a problem that you have to help with, but we appreciate your help.
You said you're going to a palace of some sort?
Yes, we're going to my Lord Oberon's palace to bring him back.
Is this in a capital
you know,
city?
If you capital city?
Centerpiece to a kingdom of sorts.
I think
We
that's
don't
where
really
we are
have-
now.
We don't really have that here. This is probably the closest.
He's like,
This is probably the closest to that, I think.
he's like, I just want to find my way home.
Look, if you help us, then we can help you by, like, once we bring back Lord Oberon, we can take back the Feywilds, and then you can map it much easier and safer.
Ramiel reaches in his bag, it's his backpack, and he pulls out kind of this map, and it just folds out and keeps folding and folding and folding. And this thing is just, it's probably about the size of a like dining table when it's fully folded out. And you can see kind of the area where he presumably entered, and there's a drawing of a sinkhole, kind of one of the black sinkholes.
Yeah.
And then another one on the other side, and then you can see where it looks like he traveled for a while, and there's a drawing of a monster of some sort, some flesh abomination, and then it goes off in a zigzag and then loops back around, and then there's a piece of paper folded over on top because it seems like the path that he took didn't line up to where geographically he should be anymore, and then it kind of goes in zigzags in random directions, and then there's a gap and it moves over to a different part of the page.
What
And
I
then
know of
there's
the
just some question
Feywild,
marks.
how accurate or inaccurate does his map seem? From
Well,
what I know.
It seems both accurate and inaccurate. First of all, I love the idea that you incorporated like those sinkhole things.
Yeah.
I also kind of like the idea. I kind of want to ask Ramiel about this. Is it possible that he doesn't even really realize he's like in an entirely different plane of existence, but like he like it's drawn? Is the map drawn like it's supposed to be one plane, but because you go back and it's a different area, because the Feywild magic is
Maybe at the start of it, it shows. Maybe it's on each side of the map. There's one side which is the material plane and the hole that he went through, and maybe it's just it's on the hole is drawn on both sides of the page.
Oh yeah.
And then when you flip it over to the other side of the map, it shows kind of the Feywild side, and
So
then
it really is like a mirror image kind of thing.
yeah, and then
Right.
At least how he's imagining.
I'll look at the group and go, now I know that I'm not on the other side of some hole. I'm in a different place, but that's what I thought originally.
Yeah, I like that.
The near constant like days of the same, like, time seems longer some days than they used to. Didn't trigger that.
I mean, again, I figured it out. It took a while though.
Unrooted.
Don't we
says-
have like three days in dusk or whatever?
For what?
Yeah, where it was like all dusk for a bunch of time and then
Oh, yeah.
light for a bunch of time. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at.
Unrooted says it's like he's the Stephen Hawking of D&D.
Did you come through alone, Ramiel? Have you been alone this whole time?
Well, I mean, I've seen people in different places, and I've traveled alone though.
And this thing here, did you fight it? Did you manage to get away from it unseen? She's pointing at
The
the flesh
bat
aberration
thing?
thing.
I fought it.
Alone? Anyone?
I mean, I weakened it, and it didn't follow after me that I know of.
You've probably had various. Have you been here since before the flesh corruption, Ramiel, or did you get here like? It was
I think he probably got here as it was starting, and saw everything kind of collapsing.
Yeah, maybe you don't know enough about this place to know if this is like normal or not, right? Like,
I feel like I would know
Probably
by
would
now
have figured
from
it out
talking
once
to
he got
people.
here. Yeah.
yeah. But I
If they
think,
trusted me enough to talk to me, at least.
yeah, I think you might have had a few encounters with things, a few close scrapes up to you.
He's
So
also
it's
kind
some-
of trying to play it close to the chest,
Yeah.
whether he's powerful or not.
Yeah, Orilyn's getting an idea that you could at least take care of yourself, and that you didn't survive purely by chance if you actually fought a flesh aberration on your own. So she will say, well, we could certainly use somebody now that you've been abandoned by some of what we thought were friends. We could certainly use somebody of your skills to help us, if you would.
I could accompany you for a while. But if I find out way home, I'll take it.
If we find a way for you to get, are you from Odayn, where are we from? You from again?
Where is home?
Where's home?
You're the only one still from Neurodane.
Has anyone here heard of 5 Rings?
Yeah,
Just there.
we have an inn there.
I sell my maps there sometimes. I don't really have a real home though.
Right. If we find a way back for you to go home, we'll help you then. And then you can go to Orilyn remembers this. Ella doesn't. Let me just find it real quick.
In his name?
Yeah, the inn's name. You just go to Quiokix or and tell Aang that we're okay, and mostly okay, I mean, and that we sent you, and maybe he'll give you a night at the inn to rest up when you get there.
Thank you.
Aang seemed like a good person.
Can I make a check to see if I know Aang, actually?
Sure.
If you've been to the inn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to 5 Rings, so.
Yeah. I don't think the DC has to be super high. What do we want to make the check? Like charisma, or do you want to make it? I think charisma would be a good check because it's like you know somebody. Like, do you know somebody?
Sure.
I think there was it 3 or 4 inns that we found looking for Ishu, so
Yeah.
I think I know Aang.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, he owes a lot of people money typically.
And the name that they said for the inn wouldn't be what I would know it by, probably.
Yeah, it's the old.
So what was the old name
we
again?
we changed it, right? It was called Matjalen.
Yeah, the macho.
Yeah, it was like the dog something, wasn't it?
No, that was
Wait,
No,
that
that
one-
was
Oh, that was the other one.
that was in
Yeah.
Watson Tam. Yeah.
You wouldn't happen to
doghouse.
mean Aang that owned the Matcha, would you? Because you said a different name.
yeah, we rebanded it because it's now under, well, it was under our protection until we left. But he's taking care of it for us and running it, and we helped him remodel and make it better than ever.
So, just so you guys know, Matjao is Hindi for "do not go." So it's the don't go. It's the
Oh,
it's the
I
don't
remember
go
this
in.
trope.
I had to look it up because I was like, why did I name it that again? Yeah, I remember it being it's like don't go in.
Yeah.
But it's All right, so continue.
And now it's renamed to Rest in Peace.
yeah.
Don't worry,
Definitely.
you don't need to put in a good word for me to get a free night there. He already owes me some money, I think. Last I knew,
Oh.
at least.
Well, tell him that Orilyn said that you can use Vash's room.
Alright. Who's Vash?
One of the ones who abandoned us.
Sounds like a terrible person.
It's sad when people lose hope.
He wasn't that bad as a human.
The awkward moment when you guys all get reintroduced to Vash. He's like,
I know, right? I
It
mean,
is interesting that. Go on.
Oh, I was gonna say he did help us until he abandoned us, and then you know who your real friends are when they either do or don't abandon you in a time of great need.
really hard.
I mean, this is the second time he's abandoned us, to be honest.
This is true. He
He
wasn't quite
abandoned us
himself
once
the
before.
first time. Yeah, he did abandon us before. If he shows up again, I'm not letting him back into the party.
I
Send him on his
remember
own.
that. That was scary.
How do you? What do you mean you remember this? What?
When you were at the camp near the water.
Things just got serious.
And then he
He's
kind
staring
of
at Spruce.
Hold on, hold on.
right now.
changed a little, and
Maybe that's where we end the session.
oh, is it time already?
It's
Damn.
4 hours. Like maybe that's where we end the session where he's like, you're talking about Vash, that's the second time. And then he's like, I remember that. And you're like, what? How you? And he's like, yeah, when you were staying at the camp near the water. And then we just cut to black. That's
Look,
the end of
Orilyn
the
just
episode.
giving you the stare of
Yeah, it was a shocked look. I
not
love
just
that.
shocked.
And Ramiel's like, oh, maybe they've known each other for longer than I thought.
Yeah. He doesn't get all the context.
Confuse everybody.
I like that. I think that's a really cool place to end. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
I'm
Well-
assuming this conversation happened before we did our long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
because
we
you
talked
guys
for
were like,
We might not ever get to Oberon's thing.
yeah, like 2 hours
just
ago,
gonna
you
keep
guys were like,
talking.
we're gonna take a rest, and then you guys just started talking. I was like, I don't want to cut this off. This is some good conversation.
I mean, we had some planning to do, but
Yeah.
we kind of
true.
went on some tangents.
Yeah.
There's
a couple times where I wanted to like chime in with an NPC, like Ishu or Melora or Avaachai, but I was like,
They're all gone.
I can't do that anymore. I want to say something. But
You
I
could have
can't.
chimed in as my parents.
Yeah, but they don't know as much.
I don't know much, yeah.
That's true. But they did meet. She did introduce them to everybody when she was like telling
Yeah.
them about her adventures. So, like, she did when she introduced Vash. Not give him as good reviews as she gave everybody else. So there is that.
It is funny that all the people who died are still alive, and the people who survived the last fight are the ones who had to remake characters.
Yeah, I know. But you guys banished yourselves. Like, how am I supposed to get you back here? I don't know. This is
We're
like-
the main characters now.
It also feels
Vash
like
can actually do it.
it also
Sha'ah survived.
It feels like a cool twist to be like,
It is.
and also like I really love these new characters, dude.
I'm
They're
excited to
awesome.
play. Yeah, you guys got the worst, the less good tree, but they're both good.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
thought Tim was making a character who is obsessed with Oberon too.
Yeah, what
I thought
happened to
about
that?
doing it. I thought about doing it, but then I decided I didn't want to have to learn all the Oberon lore.
Oh, I realized like you
I
were
was like,
you.
I can't one her up her if I don't go overboard on it, and I really don't want to right now.
I realized like you hadn't said anything about Oberon. I was like, well, maybe it's because I haven't said anything about Oberon. Maybe I haven't triggered you yet. So that's why I specifically started saying Lord Oberon. It's like, oh, it's not triggering anything.
Ramiel's a cool character. Just wait. I like.
Yeah.
I feel like he was playing a lot of stuff close to his chest today. I almost got the impression. I wanted to ask him to make a deception check at one point. I wanted to be like, "Are you trying to hide the other details about you?" Because I feel like maybe you're trying.
Yeah.
To hide.
Out of character, I already have an idea of what he is, but
Yeah.
Orilyn just has no idea. Just a map maker following them around.
Is he only? But you only play in performer sessions.
Yeah, I get to reveal things within 4.
You can play him after that, obviously, if you want to.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to keep him going. It's up to you. You'll see. You'll get there.
Well, didn't but Kyo asked me, because I didn't know anything about this character. Kyo asked me something about his new A-team character is going to be the same subclass as the character Tim currently is.
I was gonna do a genie warlock as well, but it's okay.
Oh.
We can both be the same thing.
We just need a party of warlocks. Is what we need.
I mean, we keep making them, so.
I call Fathomless. I want the Fathomless one.
You can have it.
Party
Yeah,
of
go
warlocks.
for
I mean, if we just all go Genie Warlock, we can 10-minute short rest. All of us, so I don't know.
Wait, 10-minute short rest is.
I can give the whole party a 10-minute short
If he's
rest.
inside the thingy, yeah.
I can give the whole party
Oh.
that.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty nice.
Cool. Oh, can we do goals before we end stream? Or not goals? Sorry, I
Experience?
clicked
XP.
experience because we still track our experience in the goals in the goals channel.
Oh yeah. We need to just change the name of the channel to Experience.
We've had like 4 different ways of tracking experience over the years.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody take 3 XP for RP.
Shoot.
Everybody take 3 XP just for creative stuff. You guys all did something creative today, whether it was checking out the orb, secretly hitting on Orlin's dad because he smells like on Keat, whatever it was. I want to give 3 extra XP to the 2 new characters too. So that should leave you guys with 9. Oh man, there's somebody in here talking about buying followers. You see that? Yeah.
And him.
Get the time out, sir.
Just you only do timeouts?
It's a robot.
I'm brutal. I do ban and report and block.
Yeah, it takes more time.
That's
Yeah,
true.
That's fine. You can ban
That's
them.
true.
That doesn't bother
I'll
me.
handle
I did
it.
it.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I did it.
Oh, you did it? Okay, good.
It's probably just a bot.
Wait, so are we starting our XP at what our old characters were, or no?
That's what I
yeah, you didn't
did.
die. You didn't die.
Okay.
So you start, if I had killed you, it'd be different, but you didn't die.
What's your XP right now?
54 for me.
4? You said?
What? 54. 54.
Oh, 50. What's your XP right now?
30.
Ooh.
Guessing in the 30s.
30.
I'm just like, oh look, now Orilyn
Mhm.
and then Spruce, Vash, and Havoc are all in the same experience.
Bruce, Vash,
You've been
Havoc,
caught up.
and Will.
Oh, and
Got
Will. I
too many
forgot to list
characters.
Will.
Well, if you make 2, you gotta divide the experience in half for both of them.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh. Oh no.
No, I'm kidding. All right, cool. Well, so again, tomorrow for Broken, we're just gonna play like golf with your friends or something, or play some board games or something, because one of the players isn't gonna be able to make it. They're spending some time with their family for Memorial Day. So the third and final giveaway on Broken for the Nibiru TTRPG, sponsored by Arcana Media, will be the following week. So a week from tomorrow, during live show. Just be there here on the channel, on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/RamblingmanTV, if you want to make sure to win a copy of that. And if you don't win a copy, you can just go buy it on their website. It's arcana.media.com, ARAUKANA media.com. And you can also check them out on Twitter. It's Arcana1, the number 1, on Twitter. And they're cool folks. They made a great game. Really having a good time playing it, so check them out. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, you can find links below to things like artwork for the characters, like Orilyn, for example. Vash's artwork, which we might see again sometime. You can also find like links for music, all that kind of stuff. So check out those links down below. Those are cool people. Check them out. Check them out. Check out their stuffs. This Friday we're continuing Unknown New Orleans here too. And I think that's all the announcements I got. Anybody else got anything I've missed? Did I forget anything? Anybody want to shout out anything? No?
Oh.
All right. Well, thank you guys
Shout
for
out
playing.
to all you wonderful people who watch our
Yeah,
stuff.
Absolutely.
That's
We really do appreciate
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
you guys take time out of your days to watch, whether it's
Except for the
live
bots
or
trying to sell
recorded.
followers.
Yeah,
Except for you bot.
Yeah,
We
except
don't
for-
appreciate bots, but we appreciate all you genuine people.
Yeah. Especially like regulars like Unrooted. And we're getting a couple more regulars that are showing up for some of the other shows too.
Yeah.
Space
I'd love to see more
Gerblin.
comments on the YouTube videos.
Yeah, me too. We were
Questions or whatever. I always go there and I'm like, if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them, but usually isn't.
Yeah, we were getting quite a bit of comments for a while there, and as recently it kind of seems like it's gotten a little dry. I don't know what's going on there. I was thinking about looking into that and see if there's something going on there, but not really sure what it could be. Yeah. But yeah, thank you to folks watching. Thanks to the players for showing up every week and playing and having a good time. And shout out to the veterans for Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. So with that said, have a good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Peace.
All right.
Bye, guys.